wasted world of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack.
Ahoy!
He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
Wasted World of Sports crew, ahoy. How's everybody doing? Welcome to your Friday night footy. Manly taking on the Tigers, followed by the Knights taking on the Raiders. And boy, are there some extremely big shoes to fill, right? Because how exciting was that game last night? SS Storm fan, ahoy there, mate. Walk, ahoy, buddy. DJ Shack, ahoy. Only 70 series channel, ahoy. Khan, the Eagles, George Alarm, ahoy, mate. And, of course, welcome back to your channel membership. Odd Poppets, thank you so much, mate. Odd Poppet, a channel member once again, now for 3 months. But I'm pretty sure that Odd Poppet was a member prior to that and had some complications there with renewing. Odd Poppet, a long-time supporter. SS Storm fan, 13 months it stays. Very nice. Thank you very much for that, SS Storm fan. Very much appreciate the ongoing support. Of course, we're live on Facebook as well. And I believe, fingers crossed, that we've got all the Twitch issues sorted out. And I'm about to pop live now on TikTok. So we will officially be live everywhere once I go ahead and do that. There we go. That's better. Okay. So, best game of the season from the refs last night, says reckons Wok. There was some bizarre calls once again, wasn't there? I mean, Brian To'o's head high, Tom Jenkins head high tackle. So there were a few interesting decisions throughout the course of the evening. But what a game. I mean, I always say you don't have to have a 36 points to 30 high-scoring blowout for it to be a good game. What we saw last night was incredible defense from both teams. Very defensive-oriented game that went down to the wire, and it was absolutely fabulous, I thought. Definitely game of the season so far. So, what are we thinking in this one as the first game of the night is Manly taking on the Tigers? No Jerome Luai. Let's not understate just how important that could prove to be. No Jerome Luai for the Tigers. So I actually think Manly somewhat get their act together here in this one and get the win. Now, it might not be convincing, but yeah, I just think Api Coruscant's moved to 5'8", and into hooker comes Callan De Silva to start. So the Tigers have also lost the ability to have that bench rotation. Take Api Coruscant off and inject the X factor of Talon De Silva. So they've lost that sort of ability with the interchange bench and the rotations. So yeah, I think Manly put on a little bit of a show here tonight, especially since they're under the pump. Their coach is under the pump. The whole Daly Cherry Evans thing is still looming over everybody's head. I can't see anything but a Manly victory here unless it really is legitimately affecting the team, affecting the playing group, the whole Daly Cherry Evans thing. And maybe it is just like a virus spreading through. We'll see. But in my opinion, 4 Pines Park at home, no Jerome Luai, Api Coruscant playing in the halves. I think Manly will be too strong here at home and take it relatively comfortably. Is this game on free to air? No. This first game is only on Foxtel, only on KO Sports. But the next game, the Knights versus Raiders, has made the free-to-air game on Channel 9 for tonight. Knights or Raiders? I've actually got the Knights winning that one. Whoops. I've actually got the Knights winning that one. The Raiders are not used to this. The Raiders come into this game unbackable favourites. There's only 7% of the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest that have gone for the Knights. 7%. The Raiders are unbackable favourites, very short priced. And I just don't know how they handle it. How are the Raiders going to handle a game? How is Ricky Stewart going to get his troops up for a game where they are actually believed to be dead set certainties to win? Ricky Stewart has just lost all his motivating factors. I mean, think about it. Ricky Stewart has built this Raiders team, and he's built them well. Don't get me wrong. We know that sometimes I like to poo-poo on the Raiders. I'm not trying to do that right now, but I'm legitimately saying, how has Ricky Stewart built this team? He's taken a bunch of nobodies, a bunch of young fellas, and he has built this team around, hey, they think we're going to get the wooden spoon. They almost make the finals. The following year, look what we did. We proved them wrong. They've got us winning the spoon again. They almost make the finals. What's he going to do now that people like Billy Slater, the Fox Sports pundits, people are actually talking about the Raiders now as a legitimate premiership threat? How does Ricky Stewart now turn where the underdogs into this favoritism and coach that? So it'll be interesting to see. It could be a season-defining game, believe it or not, for the Raiders here. If they get the win here, when they're winning games when you're expected to is probably more so important than pulling off some of those 50-50 games. Like the Bulldogs-Panthers last night was a bit of a 50-50 for both teams. I don't think either side really loses much by losing the contest, if you know what I mean. If you understand what I'm trying to say. Whereas if you go into a game that you're dead set certain expected to win and you get pumped, it actually says a lot about you. So I think the pressure's on here tonight for Ricky's Green Goblins. And of course, yes, the travel factor for the Knights will certainly come into it. And the Knights again, their halves combination has been rattled. The injury to Fletcher Sharp. So we can't discredit that as well. That injury to Fletcher Sharp, a new halves combination again for the Knights. But I just think the other week against the Dolphins, they had close to the best team that they've ever had on the park so far in 2025. Close to. And it's only really Fletcher Sharp. And Fletcher Sharp is a big out. Absolutely. But he's the only one missing this week, I do believe. And they've got Jacob Saifidi coming back in. So, yeah, I'm actually going to back the Knights in tonight as the Tigers come out onto the field here at Four Pines Park. And we're just about to get underway in this one. And I do believe that the Warriors will beat the Broncos tomorrow. But we can discuss more about those upcoming games after this one. Or, of course, tomorrow when the game's on. I'm just going to shift myself back a wee bit here. Oh, by the way, I've been focusing on no Jerome Luai. We should point out no Jareem Buller as well. Heath Mason's playing at fullback. So the Tigers are down on some troops here. Some very, very key troops. Jareem Buller is probably, honestly, a bigger out, in all honesty, than Jerome Luai is. Bruce, ahoy, mate. Go the Eagles. Indeed, I do have the Eagles winning this one. Tommy Turbo playing in the centres. I'm very keen to see how that goes. Very, very keen. I think Twitch is all sorted, yes. I do believe that Twitch is sorted. Fingers crossed. No jinx. I've had a stable connection to Twitch now for 5.1 minutes. So I think we have actually sorted out Twitch, which is fabulous. No, this, ahoy, mate. Do you practice your pronunciation of Islander and Maori names? You do a better job than the NRL commentators. The only ones that I honestly practice is kickoff here. The Tigers get us underway. The only ones that I practice are the ones like Nawanga Nitawase. That took me a while to start getting that right. And I still don't know if I'm saying it perfectly. Probably not. And for Asuamalawe, it took me years to even get to the point of being able to say for Asuamalawe. And I'm not even saying it fluently. I have to stop and really sound it out. So those are the only two that I really focus on. As Manly put on an early shift here. I've got to update my scoreboards and everything. That's the only thing missing from this new setup that I've got. As Manly, fifth and last now, just outside their own 40. And a big kick coming in from Brooksy. Brooksy sends it down the middle of the park for Mason. Mason's first test of the night. And he does well to bring it back, but he's met by a barrage of Sea Eagles defenders. And they've started well here, the home side. We are, of course, only one set of 6 into the game, so nobody's getting carried away just yet. Anbu Antics says, upset Friday. Tigers and Knights for the upset. I definitely agree with the Knights, but I'm not so sure about the Bulla and Luai absent Tigers. But they are up on halfway now, fifth and last. And the kick downfield, I believe Saab's underneath it. Oh no, it's gone the other way. And they have targeted Ruben Garrick, who's out there on the left. Tommy Egan, ahoy mate. Let's hit our multi, it'd be nice. We are due. Very much due. There's Manly now. Carry it outside the 30. So, yes, the Tigers, of course, no Jareen Bulla, no Jerome Luai. Thomas Treeman. Ahoy there, mate. Happy Friday. As DCE puts this kick high, contestable ball. Oh, what a take over there. Gerald Skelton under immense pressure. He's done extremely well. Tigers, though, pinned back in their own 20. This Manly defense, aggressive early. And a solid start to this game from both teams. Tommy Egan needs Skelton, Toa, Kohler anytime, and Tigers to win. Ooh, that last one might be a bit risky as Cherry Evans intercepts. Hands it off for Tevaga. And here come Manly now on the attack, 20 metres out. Oh, DCE reading that play perfectly. 6 again as Brooks drops it off inside for Ben Trbojevic. 10 out from the line here, Manly. Tevaga sends it right for DCE, short ball. And Matty Lodge inside the 10. What an opportunity here early. Cherry Evans out to the left for Brooks. The double pump and short ball for Ben Trbojevic. Half a metre short, and then he's lost it in the play the ball. Well, I think they should challenge this. That was interference. He's already planted the ball. That's the ruling. Ben Trbojevic put this ball down, but surely that was the retreating defender who's bumped him. Oh, no, actually, he's just gone and balls this up. Ben Trbojevic has actually, upon closer inspection, just gone goofed. Well, that is a massive let-off for the Tigers early. Cherry Evans with the intercept. Luai will be available for Origin. Yes, should he be required? Matty Colkin, the injury, it's just an infection. He had an infected boil, basically. An infection in a boil that had developed. So he'll be absolutely fine come Origin time. There's the Tigers now. Alex Twal carries it up to the 40. Staying on the short side here. Talon De Silva, the cutout ball. Adam Dewey steps back in field. Fends off one. He's over halfway. Dewey goes to ground on the 5th and last. 45 out here for the Tigers. And Fainu as it puts this one up. Everybody lets it bounce and the Tigers bat it back. Play on. They get the second kick away and Kohler's under it. Has his legs taken out by Appy. But Manly back in possession, but they're all the way back down the other end of the field. down in their own half. So Tommy Trbojevic is the Trbojevic in my multi. Tom Trbojevic, I think this move to centres could just spark him to life. We'll have to see. Through the hands now, out to the left. Kohler gets it on now for Garrick. Garrick down the left edge, slips. And he's tackled inside the 40. Fifth and last for Manly. Looking good, though, every time they spread it wide. Brooks puts it high. And it's taken by Mason at the back. Heath Mason crunched in the tackle. Tigers trapped inside their own 10. 7 minutes gone in this opening half. LV, you did Pole, Ben, Kohler, and Taruva. Yeah, I did think about Taruva. As a penalty now to the Tigers, a nice little piggyback. Emmanuel Vincent, thank you very much for renewing from the stands channel membership on YouTube. Very much appreciate that, mate. Tigers find touch on their own 40. This game, very, very evenly balanced in the early stages. I really did think we would have some points in the opening 10 minutes. Still 2.5 to go. There's still a chance. Down the short side. May with the dummy. Not a lot of meters there. The Manly defense aims up. Alex Twal. 25 out now. Fifth and last. Fainu in midfield. Puts this kick high. Oh, this is contestable. Running forward is Hopoate, but it's batted back by the Tigers. And scooped up by Jack Bird, who gets the second kick away. Was he held back there, Bird? No, he's not. Manly dive on the loose ball. They start the set 10 out from their own line. Sylvia, ahoy there. UFC, I wouldn't even call it an upset, to be brutally honest. The Broncos have lost 6 out of their last 7 day games. And the only one that they won was, of course, the other week against the Sharks, where they got pumped in the first half. And I don't think the Warriors are going to drop off like the Sharks did in the second. So I think the odds for that game are just ridiculous. The short ball there from Cherry Evans to Corey Waddell there, who's copped a high shot. Penalty to Manly. Cherry Evans finding touch. 30 out or thereabouts from the Tigers line. So this multi tonight, it's a $10 wager, and it's a couple $100 if they all get across the line. It's expected to be a high-scoring game, so not big odds on any of these try scorers tonight in this one. 20 meters out from the line. Brooks shows it inside. Goes out. 12 from the line. Over on that right edge, Manly. Tevaga fires a cutout pass to Jakey. Jakey with the short ball for Lodge. 6 again for Manly. They're 10 meters out here. Scrappy play the ball, but they've still got it. Tevaga to Cherry Evans. Hands it off inside for Ben Trbojevic. So heavily involved close to the line. Benny. Couple of meters out now, Manly. And numbers on the left. Cherry Evans with a little grubber kick into the end goal. And Taruva bats it dead. Goal line dropout incoming. But we've seen with the goal line dropouts, haven't we? Teams are getting very, very good at securing their own ball off the short restarts. Very good. Oh, they go long with the restart, the Tigers. Well, that was rather unexpected. And Brooks on to Takiaho. Takiaho takes it up to the 30. Can Manly finally penetrate the line? Wayne stretch, ahoy mate. Out the back it goes for Hopoate, and Tom Trbojevic is belted in the tackle by Gerald Skelton. Skelton, he got his head in the wrong place there. He's done a Victor Radley, which is probably unfair to Victor Radley to call it a Radley, but he's got his head front on, and he has almost KO'd himself here. Skelton's going to be off. This is going to be another lost player for the Tigers. That'll be Skelton's night. He's forced the mistake from Tommy Trbojevic, but at what cost? Probably his own game. Skelton way too front on there. He'll be called off momentarily by the independent doctor. Tigers are in possession. Stafford Toa. We are just waiting for the independent doctor to call him off. The trainers have let him out there. Left him out there, I should say. Terrell May driven backwards. They're keeping the big man quiet tonight, and this might not help his origin case. Flat pass from dummy half. Twal offloads back for De Silva. Tigers. Now time's off. There we go. It was only a matter of time. Time is called off, and Gerald Skelton, independent doctor, is interjected, and off he goes. I reckon that'll be his night. It was a nasty one. It really was. It was a monster hit that he put on Turbo, but the head completely front on. Forget about it. Jai Marshall, ahoy mate. Last night's game was amazing. What last night's game has done, it's set a huge bar for the rest of the weekend to catch up to. Tigers get the kick downfield. Hopoate's under it. And Lehi brings it back just short of the 30. Now he crawls his way up to the 30, the cheeky bugger. Stealing an extra couple of meters there while the ref's back was turned. And penalty. They were inside the 10. There's still no score here. I'm actually really surprised by this. I was expecting a high-scoring game. As Manly find touch off the back of that penalty. And they'll go to work now. 40 meters out from the Tigers line. Hopoate, the short ball for Lodge, who backs into the defense, tries to get the arms free, but 3 Tigers there to make the tackle. They're just holding on here, the Tigers. Cherry Evans out the back for Brooks. Angling back in is Tommy T. 20 from the line. Here they come, Manly. Can they hold on to the ball this time? Takiaho gets the offload. Back for Tevaga. Fires it wide to the right. Brooks now accelerates. Can't get through the gap. Brooks is taken down, 10 out. Jake Trbojevic now through the hands for Hopoate. And Kola takes the line on. He's a couple of meters short. 2 tackles left here for Manly. Hopoate at first receiver. That's just slowed things down. I don't think he was meant to get the ball. 5th and last for Manly. 5 out, right in front of the posts. Tevaga for Cherry Evans. Grubbers in behind the line. They need the bounce. They get the bounce, but over the top of it goes Corey Waddell. Corey Waddell has dived straight over the top of the ball. A try's been awarded, though. I think we're looking at penalty try. We could be looking at penalty try. Corey Waddell has dived straight over the top of it. If one of the other Manly chasers hasn't grounded this, Corey Waddell, I think, is appealing for a penalty try. Let's have a look. Replay. Cherry Evans, Grubbers in behind. The referee gets cleaned up. Corey Waddell's missed it completely, and Brooks picks it up. So there you go. Luke Brooks there to save the day. Now, is this interference by the referee as Heath Mason's tracking across? absolutely thumps poor Sutton. And I'm pretty sure we saw Jerome Hughes get pinged for that. The match review committee handed down a harsh punishment for Jerome Hughes for contact with the referee. And Heath Mason has just flattened Sutton. Oh, here we go. This could be overturned. Sutton was in the way of Heath Mason chasing across. And they're having a look at this. This try could get overturned. Rock my balls. Ahoy, mate. Yes, interference on Api Coruscant. And this try is going to be scrubbed out. Corey Waddell has grabbed the jersey of Api Coruscant. That's the verdict from the bunker. And it's back to 0-0. So still no points in this one. Emmanuel Vinson. Panthers are doing well, getting further away from the bottom of the table. They are definitely finding their form. And remember, 9 from 9 to finish the season. They'll be in the top 4. 5 from 9 guarantees them qualification in the top 8. So yes, the Panthers finding form at the right end of the season. As the Tigers find touch here on the 30-metre line, their own end of the field. Tackle 2, quick play the ball. De Silva scoots out a dummy half. He's got Mason running off his hip. And they're up to halfway on play 3. Been another let off for the Tigers. Can they take advantage? 6 again. Paul takes it into Eagles territory. De Silva to May at first receiver. Just shuffles it along. Terrell May, very, very quiet tonight. 35 out from the line. De Silva to Mason, who kicks in over the top on tackle 2, and it's going to beat everybody into touch. Poor option. Poor execution. It was a good option because nobody was back there for Manly. Poor execution. Needed that ball to stay in field. So I would say Heath Mason is going to get looked at for absolutely cleaning up the referee. You just can't put hands on the referee. It's as simple as that. So if Heath Mason's on report, I dare say that's what it would be for, because he just bulldozed Sutton. Absolutely cleaned him up. It was hilarious. As Manly bring it outside their own 20. Still no score in this game. I can't believe that. Fifth and last, Brooks kicks from his own side of halfway. It's a towering kick. The Tigers let it bounce, and it sits up in the end goal. Taruva brings it back to the 10. Jazz Tevaga leading the chase, wraps him up. It is kind of crazy that you could get put on report for taking the ref out, but we've seen it before. Jerome Hughes got a very hefty fine for shoving the referee out of the way, even though the referee got himself in the way in the first place. And that's exactly what happened here tonight as well. Sutton got himself in the way of the kick chase. So I'm sure that they will factor that in. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's pretty clear you can't put hands on the referee under any circumstances. So I think Heath Mason will get a hefty fine for that one. Fifth and last for the Tigers. They're going to run it here from inside their own half on the fifth and last. Risky play. They're tackled on halfway, nearly making a break. But, wow, from deep inside their own half, running on the fifth and last, that is an interesting call. Just trying something a little different, I suppose, to break this game open. Nobody's been able to do it thus far. As Manly go back on the attack now. all the attack's been down this end of the field. The Tigers just haven't really had the ball up the other end. As Brooks runs, dummies. 15 out, he's tackled. Plays it now, back into midfield. Cherry Evans, the cutout pass for Bullymore, who's on. 10 from the line. Cherry Evans to Hopoate. Hopoate is cleaned up in the tackle by Adam Dewey, and that will be the handover. Tigers back in possession, but again inside their own 10. Struggling to make yardage. Struggling to get out of their own end. Just not happening for them. And it might be a very low scoring game. Emmanuel Vincent, very low scoring indeed. "21 minutes left in the opening half. Fifth and last. Tigers get the kick downfield. Oh, and it's been lost backwards by Hopoate. Called a knock on. They've called him for a knock on. And the Tigers, finally, they're going to get an opportunity down this end of the field. Captain's challenge. Challenging the call of knock on. The Hopoate gets down on the knee to try and take it. The ball bobbles and it goes to ground. Yes, he's lost it. Well, that is a poor, poor challenge. That is a really poor captain's challenge. Well, now they've burnt their challenge. And Tigers go on the attack here. 20 meters out. Mason dummies and heads across field. 15 from the line. Tigers into midfield. Ole 10 meters out. Odd pop it, ahoy, mate. That's a loose pass, but it's well taken by Fainu. Pops the pass up for May as the Tigers get 6 again. Half a metre out from the line here, Terrell May from dummy half. Talon De Silva tries to duck his way over. Manly hold on for now. Fainu goes out the back. And Twal takes the tackle. 10 out in front of the sticks. To the right side they go. Ole, 5 out. Best opportunity of the night by far for the Tigers. As they head left, short ball from Fainu. Fifth and last. Kick through, sitting up for Toa. Star for Toa, can't get it. It's taken dead by Manly. Cola there to save the day. That ball was going to sit up perfectly for Star for Toa. Goal line dropout incoming. The 19 minutes left in this opening half. Cherry Evans. Nothing kick from Cherry Evans, really. Tigers. Straight up the middle goes Twal. 5 out from the line. Terrell May backs into the defense. Can't get through. Just a couple of meters out. Through the hands now. Mason. Cut out pass. Bounces to Taruva. Sends it back in field for Toa. Back into midfield again for Fainu. And they go to the opposite edge this time. From right to left. And straightening now. Samuela Fainu 2 tackles left here for the Tigers. De Silva, the crash ball for May. Backs into the defense, offloads for Twal. Twal gets it back for Poli. 5th and last now for the Tigers. And he's lost the ball. On tackle 5, he loses the ball. They are going to challenge. Challenging the call of knock on. And there doesn't appear to be any stripping motion there from Ben Trbojevic. A loose carry is the call. And this is a burnt challenge. Both teams now have absolutely butchered their captain's challenge. Worst challenge in a while. There's Jamie over there on TikTok. No diss this, says 2 of the dumbest challenges in NRL history. Okay, Jarrell Skelton has passed his HIA. I'm actually really surprised by that. I'm really surprised by that because that was a nasty one. That was a very nasty hit. But that's great for the Tigers. Great for Jarrell Skelton. He's passed his HIA. So that's very, very good for him. Tigers now have to defend as Brooks carries it outside the 20. Hola. Oh, that's Hopoate, sorry. Hopoate out to the 30. 5th and last. They've only gone 12 meters, that set, Manly. Jerry Evans with the kick down to Mason. Mason crunched by Takiaho. 16 minutes to go until the halftime break. No score. And a penalty to the Tigers. Penalty to the Tigers. That'll give them another lift upfield. Sixteen and a half to go until the break. Game of Mel, ahoy there. How are you doing? Inside the 20 they go. Tigers to the left. Fainu. Loose pass out the back. Horaceau scrambles back for it. Fainu now. Through the hands they go. Seyfarth. 20 from the line on play 3. Fainu waits for it over here on the right in midfield, actually. Straightens the attack. 2 tackles left. De Silva sends it out to the left. Seyfarth wants to go again, just settles it down on the 5th and last. 10 meters out. They stay left. Oh, it's a loose pass, and it's off the shin, straight to Manly. Really poor there. End of set from the Tigers. That's where they're missing a Jerome Luai. The 5th tackle option with no Jerome Luai. And that was really poor. Disappointing there for the Tigers because they finally got the ball down this end of the field. Fifth and last, 42 meters they've gained this time. Kicking, putting pressure on Taruva. Taruva surrenders in the tackle. 14 minutes to go until the break. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy there, mate. John Michael, ahoy, mate. We need to go back to 2 games Friday night. Over there on TikTok, 100%. There's HT Fishos. 5th and last for the Tigers on their own 40. Fainu puts the kick down to Ruben Garrick. Garrick. Both teams just a little clueless on attack, really. But the Tigers starting to get a few more spells of possession down the attacking end of the field, so they'll be happy with that. 40 meters out from the line. Cherry Evans hands it off inside and couldn't see who that was. They've got their back to me. But 30 meters out from the line. Trbojevic to Brooks. Short ball for Ben Trbojevic. Can't break through. Brooks now on the 5th and last. Kicks through for Kohler. Hopoate pops the ball back and dived on by the Tigers. Manly left it loose on the ground. Still no score. 12 minutes 40 to go until the halftime break. So I've gone for Manly in this one, Gamer Mel. .30 out from their own line. 5th and last. Not a lot of meters here for the Tigers. Big kick needed. Fainu kicks down. Taken on the fall by Saab. And Saab, this might be the first run for Jason Saab that I remember him having. Up over halfway they go. Oh, high contact and a penalty. 40 meters out, just to the left of post. This could be the first points of the game. High contact is the call. Oh, no, it's dangerous tackle. It's lifting and high contact. It's a double whammy there. That was a double foul play. Finding touch, 20 meters out. Bullymore with 11 minutes to go to the halftime break. Can Manly finally crack the Tigers? Hold on to the ball long enough to get a try. 10 meters out from the line. Sipley plays it. They stay on the short side. Brooks steps back in field. 5 meters out now. Manly. Sipley on the crash ball. They've held him up. A meter short. Cherry Evans, inside ball for Bullymore. 5th and last now for Manly. They send it to the right. Cherry Evans kicking for Saab. Saab will surely win this contest in the air. He does and loses it. Jason Saab wins the battle in the air with ease, but spills the ball forward. Oh, well, there goes tick number 1 off the multi. Unbelievable. It was on. Jason Saab. You can't believe it. Nine and a half left till the break. The Tigers now go up over halfway. Flat pass from dummy half through the hands left. They go now. Mason onto Dewey. Dewey dummies and steps back in field. Back into midfield. Coruscant spins out of one. Tries to duck under another. Fainu puts this one high. Taken by Lehi Hopoate. What a catch. Manly back in possession. But Jason Saab, I only remember him having one run. And a penalty now. Sorry. A penalty now to the home side. They're starting to get themselves upfield again with more regularity. 2 balls on the field. We got time off for that one. Catch you later, J. Joe. Ben Trbojevic, 10 out from the line. Oh, 30 out, sorry. Okay. He was a mile back from where I thought he was. Down the short side, Sipley. 25 out. Jakey boy. 5th and last for Manly. They're 15 out. Cherry Evans, through the hands they go. Well, it's the 5th and last, and they're just going to surrender in the tackle. I can't believe that. That's a handover and just a nothing play. I am struggling to believe that what I just saw. Taruba carries it outside the 10. I think we're going to go into halftime 0-0 in this one. I can't believe that there was no more enterprise from Manly on that 5th and last play, deciding to just run it. Utterly ridiculous. And a kick on tackle 4 here, but it's taken by Hopoate on the full. And he carries it back to the 30 for Manly. Gets away from a couple. Gives the ball back now for Ruben Garrick in space. That's tackle 2. 40 metres out from their own line, Manly. Cherry Evans wants it on the short side. To the right they go. Back infield for Tommy Trbojevic. Tackle 3. Just short of halfway. Brooks in midfield. For Bullymore, who goes straight up the guts. Jake Trbojevic now for Cherry Evans. Flat pass. For Waddell, who pops it back, and it's dived on by the Tigers. Brooks is furious. It's another incomplete set. It's another handover. I can't believe what we're seeing. This is atrocious. Atrocious from Manly. There is no other way to describe what we are witnessing. Atrocious. As Mason is tackled 25 metres out. Dave Favre carries. 5th and last. 30 metres out in midfield. And here's a high ball from Latu Fainu as Hopoate spills it. He does the splits trying to get back into the end goal. He tries to get 1 foot back into the end goal from a long way out, and he ends up doing the splits and losing the ball. And with 5 minutes to go until the break, that's a huge error. Tigers now, a chance before the break. 4.5 to go in the first half. Into midfield. Fainu. Tackle 2. Coruscant slotted back into dummy half. Now Mason spells it. Mason with the butterfingers. Oh, this game is atrocious. After what we got to witness last night, this is an absolute disaster. I can't believe what is going on. Both teams are just full of comedic errors. Unbelievable. Manly bring it out to the 30. Their own side of halfway. Are we watching soccer? Says Isabel. It feels like it, doesn't it? Feels like we're watching soccer. Fifth and last, Cherry Evans puts this kick up. Manly are flying through. Who's that sub? Putting pressure on. Forces the mistake from the Tigers. And with 2 minutes 40 to go until the halftime break, Manly will get another chance. Jason Saab has gone in looking for the ball. He put pressure on that kick chase. And it forces the mistake. They go left. And it's Kohler who takes the line on. A couple of meters short. 6 again. Bullymore in midfield. Taken down a meter out. Oh, they're up quickly. And they're offside, the Tigers. That'll be 6 more. 1:40 to go. The crash ball for Sipley. They seem bereft of ideas here, Manly. Both teams do, really. Back for Cherry Evans. On to Hopoate, who stops. Waits for the defense to come at him. 10 meters out. They stay on the short side. Cherry Evans to Ben Trbojevic. Half a gap. Closes up quickly. A couple of meters out. 2 tackles left. Cherry Evans to Bullymore. Fifth and last. Bullymore. Half a meter out. Cherry Evans. Out the back it goes for Brooks. Cut out pass for Tommy Trbojevic. Fleck pass out. And the try at last for Jason Saab. It's the flick pass from Tommy Trbojevic. And with 46 seconds to go until the halftime break, the drought is broken. And I'll drink to that. A tick off the multi. Manly have scored in the corner. Kick to come right on the stroke of halftime. The deadlock finally broken. But I tell you what, it hasn't been because, like what we saw between the Panthers and the Bulldogs, right, was impressive defense from both teams. No, it hasn't been that case at all for this one. What's been the case for this one has just been disastrous attacking play. Both teams have been full of errors. That completion rate cannot possibly be right. I think that needs updating. The completion rate that we've got on the screen there, I think needs updating. That can't be right. I don't think either one of these teams is completing at 90%. As Ruben Garrick, yeah, there we go. That's a bit more like it. Both teams completing in the low 80s. Sums up this game, really. Ruben Garrick from the sideline. An opportunity here to put them ahead. And he puts it on target. Garrick. It holds its line and it goes over. 6 points to 0. Manly take the lead into the break. Boy, oh boy. I tell you what, we needed a break last night at halftime. We needed a break because it was just so energetic and exciting. Now we need a break at halftime in this one because it was so abysmal. Both teams were just so bad. Manly take the lead at the break. Let's hear, what's Longneck saying? Jerry Evans says, we're really happy with the way we put a lot of work into them. I suppose that's a small positive to take out of it. But finally, we got some points there right on the stroke of halftime. And Manly lead this game 6 points to 0. So, yeah, neither team will be happy with that performance. Needless to say. I mean, absolutely needless to say. They'll both be unhappy with that performance. Raiders Knights coming up after this one. Battle of nothing in this match. There's Ronnie over on TikTok. Yes, it's really been, it's been surprisingly disappointing. I would have thought Manly at home, no Jerome Luai, no Jareen Buller. It was an opportunity for Manly to make a big statement. But yeah, it's not happening. Not happening at all. Wetamati. This could go either way at this stage, but Tigers won't want to chase a lead of 12 or more. LV says, I think this is a goldmine for the next game. Best, Young, Strange, and Sebastian Chris under 43.5 total. Somstar, Jerome Luai was ruled out with an infected boil. And those are pretty nasty. If you've ever had one, they can be pretty nasty. Ronnie says West Tigers can't attack, but they can defend. Manly can't attack either, but can defend well. And, that's what we're seeing. Like I said, right on the stroke of halftime there, this game is low scoring and tight. Not because, like we saw in the Panthers-Bulldogs game, both teams really defensively sound. What we've seen is simple errors. The completion rate from both teams in the low 80%. And that's just not good enough. Not good enough for either side. And they're going to want big improvements in the second half. That's for sure. Absolutely needless to say, right? Daniel Anderson says, might be a battle of nothing. No NRL team wants the wooden spoon. Well, that's true. That's true. It's never really a battle for nothing, is it? Everyone wants to stay off the bottom of the ladder, especially for the Tigers. The Tigers have spent so long down there, and they've got a team on paper that could easily avoid it. So they'll definitely be hoping to get something cracking in the second half. All right, Waste to World of Sports crew. I'm going to have myself a quick break for halftime, and we'll be back for the second half in this really, really abysmal game. Knights Raiders coming up after this one. Hopefully that one goes a little bit better as well. All right, be back shortly. All right, so halftime here, 6 points to 0. Manly have snuck their way into the lead and nothing more. Jason Saab with the try at least, so we got to tick off the multi. Hopefully a big second half incoming. Fingers crossed anyway. All right, so let's see. I think we are still having Twitch issues over there, so let's see. Okay, so we've still got unstable on Stream Manager, but stable on Twitch Inspector. Very laggy front end. Stream is 15 minutes behind other platforms. Let's see if we can get some answers. William Daniel, ahoy there, mates. Tigers on a 5-game losing streak, going on 6. DJ Shack says they've got a team that on paper should be in finals contention, but they desperately need to win. Absolutely. And I mean, certainly with Jerome Luai ruled out right before kickoff, I mean, that's obviously devastating to their game preparation and whatnot. And Jerome Luai's a big out regardless, isn't he? So certainly not making excuses for them, but I mean, they do have some reasons. They've had some bad luck with injuries and whatnot, but still, despite that, they should be going better than they are, realistically. But plenty of time to turn it around. Let's not forget that mathematically, the Titans could still make the finals. Mathematically. I'm not saying they will. Quite the opposite, in fact. But mathematically, they're still in contention for the top 8. And mathematically, the Raiders could still finish in 9th. And the Bulldogs. So, nothing is certain just yet in this competition. Tigers to win? Question mark. GGG. Oh, I think Manly cop an absolute bollocking at halftime and probably come out better in the second half. But I say that with very little confidence. Okay. Yeah, all right. Okay, so there's some things I can try out there. Joe Curry, ahoy, mate. Dane Humphreys, ahoy, buddy. You think Souths make the top 8? Yeah, look, Souths have done well. They've got Wayne Bennett, for starters. They've got Wayne Bennett. That should not be underestimated. But they've also done extremely well during the period where they've had injuries, massive injuries. So if the Rabbitohs get back to full strength, I actually think the Rabbitohs win this weekend. I do. They could easily go on a run and make the top 8. Absolutely. Daniel Anderson says, can't rely on one player, Tigers. They need to harden up. That they do. That they do. All right. What do we got here? Oops. Clicked on the wrong thing. So we got one tick off the multi there going into the halftime break. So that's not too bad. This game is a snooze fest. Hosted Zinger. It's not been good. And, of course, bloody that game last night has not helped, has it? That cracking contest last night between the Panthers and Bulldogs has absolutely not helped in regards to the excitement of this one. Because it was a lot to live up to. A lot to live up to. Moses, ahoy, mate. Thank you for keeping us updated. Thank you, Moses. All right, I'm going to pop off, have a very quick break. And when we come back, theoretically, they should be ready to kick off for the second half. And fingers crossed that we get a better one. A better half, that is. A better half of footy. Cross our fingers. Cross everything, really. All right, be right back. Oh, God. That was sudden. Okay. My bad. I'm dilly-dallying around out there, and the second half has got underway. Okay, bring on a much better second half. Fingers crossed. The Tigers are in possession. So there we go. That one crept up on us. Snuck up. Fifth and last for the Tigers. 30 out from their own line. Back it goes to Latu Fainu with the clearing kick. Taken by Hopoate, who winds up, brings it back into contact. 30 out from their own line here, Manly. Ahoy there, Evan Demelt. Welcome along. Steven says, come on, Manly. Play says, snooze of a game. And Mookie is asking, same game multi picks for the next game as Sipley with a good strong carry up over halfway. Good straight running. Maybe they did have words at halftime. And we've got a penalty to Manly. Holding on in the play the ball. They'll take that, the Sea Eagles. Finding touch, 25 out from the line. Kohler takes the tap. Hopoate to Sipley. Sipley with his second charge upfield. And he's the one that took the tackle before that got the penalty. Short side they go. Left. Hopoate back inside for Ben Trbojevic. Fends off one. 10 metres out from the line now. Good opportunity early in the second here for Manly. Bullymore on the crash ball. A metre out, right in front of the sticks. Cherry Evans, to the right edge they go. Brooks steps back in field, takes the line on, and little Heath Mason brings him down. Back to the left side. Go Manly. Cherry Evans wants runners on the inside, and he gets Bullymore for his second carry. Fifth and last. Jake Trbojevic goes out the back for Tommy. Hopoate with the cutout pass for Ruben Garrick, and Ruben Garrick gets the try on the left edge this time. Right edge in the first half. Left edge to start the second. Manly extend their lead. They definitely copped a bollocking at half time from the coach. And they've come out firing. A perfect start to the second half for Manly. Ruben Garrick on the left wing gets himself across. Ruben Garrick from the sideline. He kicked his first one, of course. Can he put this one over? Opposite end of the field. Or opposite edge of the field, I should say. Favoured side for a right-footed kicker on this occasion. Starts it off to the right, and it stays there. It does not hook back at all. 10 points to 0 it remains. Reckon Garrick will get 3, asks Evan. I think he'll be satisfied with just the 1. But you would strongly suggest that how easily they scored that try on the left edge, that they would go there again. You keep going until it stops working, right? So, yeah, Ruben Garrick might get a few more, indeed. Tigers need to tighten up and make sure that they don't let this game blow out. There's Cherry Evans with the short ball. And that's Corey Waddell, who's lost his pants. Up over the 40, Cherry Evans. Taken down on play 4. Tommy Turbo up to halfway. Been very quiet. I was curious to see how Tommy T would go in his new role here in the centres. Well, he's been relatively quiet as Brooks gets the kick away. Taruva takes it well. Tigers in possession, 20 out from their own line. And Cherry Evans did have a cheeky little knock on there that he's got away with. Game ML, you need the Trbojevic brothers to score for one of your bets. What, all of them? All 3 of them? Or just a particular 2? As the Tigers kick early here, and back for it is Hopoate. All 3. Okay, you've gone all Trbojeviches for your same game multi. Bumping off one tackle is Simpkin. Carries it 40 meters out from the Tigers line. Cherry Evans dummies inside once, gives it this time to Waddell. And Waddell does a little flip as he goes into contact. Staying on the left edge. There's Jake out to Brooks. Hopoate for Kohler through the hands. Garrick wants a second. Steps back in field. He's taken down 15 out from the line. Brooks dummies. Goes on his own down the short side. Cherry Evans, short ball for Ben Trbojevic, who gives it to Tola Kohler. And Kohler dives over for the second tick off our multi. But most importantly, another raid down that left edge. And like I said at halftime, Manly were going to cop a bollocking from the coach and come out a different team. They've done just that. A second tick off the multi inside the opening 8 minutes of the half. That's what we want. Luca Mistro. Hi from France. Ahoy, Luca. From Australia to France. Oh, son of a bitch. Tell me he put that ball down. I think he grounded it. I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. Just bounce very high. 8 minutes gone in the second half. And suddenly, just like that, it's 14 points to 0. Cheers, Matty. Matty Colkin. Is Ruben Garrick. He had a sider from here just a couple of minutes ago. This time he corrects it, puts it down the middle, and Manly, they lead 16-0. They have opened up. They have opened up this gap. They've got themselves a nice little buffer. LV, you finally got one. What? All ticks. Or you just mean tries in general in this game? Cola. Coca-Cola with the try. Back underway. Ethan Bullymore from the back fence. He's picked up and driven backwards. Manly. Through Sipley now. Sorry. Yeah, Sipley. That's his name. Scotty Dog. Ahoy, mate. Jake Trbojevic now. 9 minutes into the second half. It was 6-0 at halftime. It's now 16-0 as Brooks down the short side, which is the left on this occasion. And Ben Trbojevic plays it on halfway. Through the hands now to the right. Cherry Evans, cut out pass for Tommy. Gives it off to Saab. Saab slows down, stutters, and then takes on Skelton, who brings him to ground 40 out. Fifth and last. Brooks in midfield. Puts it high. Contestable kick. Gets batted back by Manly. And into the hands, though, of the Tigers. 20 out from their own line. This might be the this might be the Tigers' first touch of the ball that I remember in the second half. It's really been all Manly in this second 40 so far. Plenty of time left, though. Plenty of time for things to turn around. Anything can happen, as we know. But it would take a monstrous effort. Monstrous effort now from the Tigers to try and get home from here. Fifth and last. Tigers put the kick down, taken by Saab on the full. Saab loses it. Jason Saab with the error. Well, here is an invitation for the Tigers, and it's one that they need to accept. This is one that they absolutely need to get right. Through the hands now to the right edge. Stafford Toa. Taken down 30 out from the line. Very, very critical, I think, for the Tigers to score here. Fainu onto Mason. Mason carries inside the 20. Tackle 3. Fainu in midfield onto Terrell May. He's 5 meters out. Been kept very, very quiet tonight as well, Terrell May. Coruscant goes for Dewey at first receiver. And into a huge gap goes Alex Seyfarth. Well, if it looks too simple, it often is. I wonder how that gap opened up. Seyfarth just waltzes through untouched. And the Tigers are back. Adam Dewey at first receiver. Oh, yeah. Cherry Evans got suckered in big time to the decoy runner. Turned in and left a huge gap. Tommy Trbojevic goes out. Cherry Evans turns in. Alex Seyfarth goes straight through. 16 points to 4. What a try. Untouched. Well, that could be a big moment in the game. Well, after that first half, right, it is now just raining tries. Tigers with the RKO out of nowhere. Who had Seyfarth in their multi? Bloody hell. Adam Dewey from just to the left of posts. Should be a relatively simple conversion, really. So 4 try, what? Yeah, 4 try, no. As Dewey pushes this conversion past the far upright, and it remains 16 points to 4. So, what have we had? 3 tries in the second half. We got 1 try in the first half, right on the stroke of half time. And now suddenly we've got 3 to open the second half. Doug Broughton, ahoy, mate. (16-4). So the Tigers have got themselves back in it as Tevaga takes the kickoff and winding up there. Fainu. Lehi Fainu it is. 10 out from their own line, the Tigers. Well and truly back in the contest, and that has well and truly brought the game to life. As Fainu heads across field. Mason, it's an early shift out to the left, and they go through the Tigers. The fenders put on Tommy Turbo, but he comes back at him. Tommy Trbojevic does well to hold on. They were almost through. The Tigers suddenly full of running. Lehi back into midfield. Just short of halfway. Coruscant onto May. Goes out the back now for Fainu. Now, start for Toa. Flick pass out for Tevaga. The Tigers suddenly look great as Tevaga lays it back in field for Brooks to dive on. Not what they wanted on that occasion. He got too close to the sideline. Sonny Tevaga. Well, they were starting to look good, the Tigers. And then they threw the ball away. Sonny Tevaga. But the confidence that they're now playing with, it's like a different team as the cutout pass to Tommy T. Gives it on for Saab. Saab is taken down. 30 out from the Tigers line. Jerry Evans in midfield. On it goes to Takiaho. Fifth and last. So 25 minutes to play. 12 points the difference. Slow play the ball. It goes out left for Brooks. Cutout pass for Kohler. Tips it in over the top, and it's an easy take at the back. The ball's bobbled by the Tigers. Is the error forced? No. He's just slow to get up and play it. Lili. 10 out from their own line. And a delayed play the ball. Oh, he's down. Are we playing for a penalty here, or? Let's have a look. Was he taken in the air? No, he's on the ground. It's time to perfection. Might have been a shoulder from Tola Kola there. Could have been a shoulder. There wasn't a whole lot of arms being wrapped in the tackle. But I digress. It looks like it's play on. Told to play it. 10 out from their own line, the Tigers. This is aggressive defense now from Manly. They want to keep him pinned down there. No penalties will be the name of the game. This is the third. Coruscant darts down the right edge. Gives the ball up for Lehi Fainu. Staying on the short side. And Latu Fainu this time. 40 out from their own line, the Tigers. Fifth and last. Dewey from inside the 40. Thumps it upfield. And it's taken by Saab, who now returns. 25 out their own end of the field. Manly up 16 points to 4. 26 from 34. The completion rate for Manly is still disastrous, but look for that to improve. And now a penalty for holding on in the ruck. Jack Bird. Penalty to Manly and a piggyback upfield. They can go back on the attack and nullify that try that the Tigers hit back with. Let's go. 4 set restarts to 3. Manly tap and go just inside Tigers territory. 23 minutes to go. 12 points the difference. Terry Evans has it in midfield. 40 out. Inside ball to big, bad Nathan Brown. He loves to wind up from the back fence, Nathan Brown, doesn't he? 25 out. Here they come, the Sea Eagles, the home team. Jerry Evans to Brooks. Out the back for Hopoate, who's up in the line. And he's held up and driven back. Solid defense from the Tigers. Brown taken down by Heath Mason, and he had a little help there. Fifth and last. Brooks on the left. Goes for Cherry Evans. Cut out pass for Tommy T. Forward pass surely there for Garrick, who kicks back in field. And it's taken above the head by one of the Tigers in midfield. I didn't quite see who it was, but it was a hell of a take. It might have been La Lily there who took that high ball. I couldn't quite see. Tigers, though, stuck in mud down their own end of the field once again. Rock My Balls says, I feel like the Knights will win tonight. I second that feeling. Rock My Balls. It's actually going to be a bigger test for the Raiders than people realize. They're not used to being favourites, overwhelming favourites. As the Tigers get this kick downfield, and it's taken at the back by Hopoate. And Hopper returns it to the 30. 21 minutes to go. They're still not out of this, of course, the Tigers. Tommy T beats 2. Takes it up over halfway. It was Samuela Fainu who caught that. Thank you, SS Storm fan. As a penalty now to Manly, the penalties are starting to rack up. Marker not square. Manly fine touch, 30 out from the line. Evan Demelt says, I have full confidence in Ricky's Raiders tonight. "25 out from the line in midfield. Simpkins sends it left for Brooks. Brooks dummies, has to surrender in the tackle as they got themselves all tangled up there, Manly. 33 tackles in the red zone. Tevaga to Cherry Evans. Short ball to Corey Waddell, who glides over to score. Corey Waddell, Alex Seyfarth. Bloody hell, who had these players in their multi? 20 points to 4. Manly with the kick to come. And it's suddenly raining tries after that first half. We're seeing some free-flowing try scoring now. Luke, you had Corey Waddell. Wow, well done. John Cena wants to know, is Penrith back? Well, to be perfectly honest, they never went away. They just had a hell of a lot of injuries and suspensions to start the season. So, for me personally, they never went away. But in context, yeah, they're right back in the season, of course. Cherry Evans firing up the troops. He wants this one done and dusted. Garrick puts it down the middle. 22 points to 4. Manly. Eighteen and a half minutes remaining. The comp is very close this year indeed. William Daniel. Closest competition I can remember for years. Because there's always, when you think about it, there's always been like one team that stands clear ahead of the rest. Like, this is the team to beat this year. We haven't really had that this season. Nobody's really... Oh, as the Tigers go short with 18 and a half minutes to go. And Coruscant almost comes away with it. But it's been scooped up now by Tony Sukar. And the Tigers do have the ball back. 6 again for the Tigers. Here they come. While tackle 20 meters out. Fainu, 10 out from the line. Takes the line on. He's dumped on his back. 4 tackles left here. Coruscant to the right side for Seyfarth. He wants a double. 5 out from the line now. Tigers. Coruscant dummies the crash ball. Goes out the back for Dewey, who fends off a couple. He's got Heath Mason running with him. And Mason's tackled 5 out. 2 tackles left for the Tigers. The crash ball this time for Nuapole. A meter out. 5th and last. Here they come left. Fainu out the back for Dewey. Dewey with the double pump. It's off Manly and into touch. It's off Manly and into touch. Tigers will get the ball back. Stephen Peake, ahoy mates. John Cena says Cobbo to the Finns, a good signing. Yeah, I don't see why not. Cobbo wants out of Brisbane. Brisbane can't afford to keep him anyway. He needs to transition to the Bears. He's only signed for 1 year to the Dolphins, which suggests to me that he'll be off to the Bears in 2027. 5 meters out from the line here. The Tigers. 6 again. Tackle count restarts. Coruscant comes left. Trying to barge over the line here. They're held up by 3 Manly defenders and driven back into the field of play. 16 and a half to go. Coruscant at dummy half. Fires it across in front of the post. To Pole. And out from the line. Coruscant down the short side. Dewey, loose pass out the back. Tigers still have it. The offload for Mason. It was touched by Manly. 6 more tackles. 22 for 0 tackle. Pole, 10 meters out from the line. Coruscant to Dewey at first receiver. The short ball for Twal. Couple of meters out from the line. Coruscant sends it left. Dewey takes the line on, puts the fend on, gets it off. Fainu steps. They're still 10 meters out. Coruscant. To Fainu. Sione this time. Coruscant to Dewey. Mason. Cut out pass for Toa. And a forward pass to Sonny Taruva. And Manly's defense. Take a bow. Evan DeMelt says, so who makes way for Cobbo in the Dolphins starting lineup? Bostock, Asako, Avarillo. Yeah, well, I don't know what the status is of those players. I don't know what their contract status is for next year. But one could assume that they'd be on their way. At least one of them will be on the move. As Lehi Hopoate 20 meters out from their own line here, Manly. Jazz Tevaga takes it up to the 40. Simpkin from dummy half. And into Tigers territory they go. Oh, somebody's down in back play. Who's that? Alan De Silva, is it? Oh, no, it's Api Coruscant. Api Coruscant down in back play. Well, that would obviously be a massive injury for the Tigers at the back end of this one. Oh, he's copped a knee to the face. Unintentional. Jazz Tevaga, knee to the face. Yeah, so that's what's happened there. That was a nasty one. Unintentional. Coruscant done for the night with 14 minutes remaining. A knee to the face. And off he goes, Zappy. Tevaga gives it to Cherry Evans, fifth and last. High ball, Mason's under it, does well to take it. Tigers with 13 minutes now, but running low on troops. Seriously low on troops. Notice this is not happy with the Tigers. 13 minutes to go in this one. I mean, overall, compared to last night, I mean, geez, there's no comparison. No comparison. 13 minutes left in the game, fifth and last. Tigers. Dewey from inside the 40. It's a solid purchase on it, and it's too deep as it dribbles over the dead ball line for a 7-tackle set, and they just can't get anything right tonight, the Tigers. Garrick heads off down the left edge. Do we think Tom can score in the last 13 minutes? Jeez. They've kept him pretty quiet. This Tommy Turbo experiment at centre, I would say, hasn't quite worked out. Tommy T's been very, very quiet. Tevaga takes it to the 40. 3 tackles left here for Manly this set. Cherry Evans wants it on the right side. Pops it up for Corey Waddell. And Waddell inside the 30. 12 minutes to go. 2 tackles left here for Manly. Cherry Evans is, he ducks under the tackle, but gets the flick pass out the back. And Takiaho now goes wide to the left for Brooks, who chips and chases for himself, Brooks. But Sonny Taruva reads it well. Offloads for Mason. Tigers back in possession. And Mason brings it out to the 20. Tigers with 11.5 to go. They've got a strike now. Converted try this set. Or time will ultimately evade them. But let's face it, they're not looking likely, are they? They scored that one really good try. Alex Seyfarth. And outside of that, they haven't done a whole lot, to be perfectly honest. Yes, this game is on KO Sports / Foxtel. Up to halfway, Terrell May gets the offload. Back for De Silva. De Silva keeps it alive now for Dewey. Dewey runs with the ball in 2 hands and fence straight through. Dewey's in open space. Support from Skelton out on the left. Skelton taken down 2 meters out from the line. Fifth and last, the Tigers. Dewey onto May. And now De Silva with the kick through straight down the throat of Lehi Hopoate. Manly back in possession, 10 out from their own line. Oh, it was looking good for a moment there. Adam Dewey taking on the line with the ball in 2 hands. And a clean line break. Ten minutes left to play. 22 points to 4. Yeah, Evan, it was probably a little bit unfair of me to suggest that Tommy Turbo's been quiet. I guess my experiences with Tommy Turbo at centres, and it's a too high a standard to probably set it up to in a club game, was Tommy Turbo, of course, playing Origin in the centres. As Tigers let this ball bounce, luckily for them, it sits up for Heath Mason, and they'll get a penalty. The kick chases inside the 10. Darts Islander halftime score was 6-0 in favour of Manly. So, yes, it was probably a little unfair of me to call Tommy Turbo's game tonight quiet, as Talon De Silva goes on report here. Dwight Marawa, ahoy mates. Papua New Guinea, PNG, very excited for their team to enter the competition. As the Tigers find touch over halfway, here's Pole. 40 out from Manly's line. Dewey is slotted into first receiver. Innocent Anglerfish, ahoy mate. 30 out from the line. De Silva, loose pass out the back, picked up by Manly. No urgency there from the Tigers at all to dive on that loose ball. Everybody just stood back and watched as Manly scoop it up. And now they race away through Ben Trbojevic. Takiaho. 40 metres out from the Tigers line. They can put this game to bed now. Terry Evans on the right side. Heads back towards midfield. Gives it off to Tevaga. And Tevaga, 30 out from the line. Brooks with the short ball. Almost through the gap goes Hopoate. 10 metres out. Fifth and last. Brooks with the grubber kick in behind the line. Deflects off the Tigers. And the Tigers dive on it. Manly have got it, though. Manly have wrestled it back on the ground. Jake Trbojevic has it. 10 out from the line. Here they come now. Cherry Evans. Cut out pass for Tommy. Tommy Turbo. A couple of meters short. Tackle 2. Over on this right edge. Saab into dummy half. God, he's a monstrous human being. Simpkin in midfield. Pops it out the back for Tevaga. 10 meters out from the line. Simpkin looking left, looking right. Lefty goes for Brooks. To Hopoate. Cutout pass is dropped by Tolakola. And the Tigers off the hook there. 7.5 to go. Tigers will get the ball. Tigers on their own 20. Anthony Bazina praying for the Tigers. Well, with 6.5 minutes to go. Not even prayers going to get them home from here. And, fifth and last incoming. Fainu up to halfway. Adam Dewey to put the kick up. And it's a huge, monstrous bomb. Manly happy to let it bounce, are they? No, it's taken by Luke Brooks. And Brooks is away. Brings it out to the 40. Luke Brooks, when nobody else wanted any piece of that high ball, Brooksy steps up and says, I'll have it. Six minutes left to play. 18 points the difference. They're home and hose now, the Sea Eagles. Jake Trbojevic on for Cherry Evans, who's kicking for Saab. Saab gets a fingertip to the ball, fires it back in field for Tommy Turbo, and Turbo's held 20 meters out from the line. Turbo plays it off to Cherry Evans. Dummies the inside ball. Flick pass out now for Tommy T. 15 out from the line. He's dumped on his back. Oh, nice one, Wayne Stretch. I've got Dominic Young, first try scorer in the next game, as Cherry Evans Crossfield kick for Ben Trbojevic. And Ben Trbojevic reaches out and plants it over the line. He says that's gold as he celebrates a try. Ben Trbojevic. The wrong Trbojevic for my multi. As Manly 26-4 with the kick to come. Ben Trbojevic, the wrong brother for my multi. And over he goes. Stacey, ahoy there. You're watching late, so please, how many tries or any penalties? Well, there's been lots of penalties. Lots of penalties. And Ben Trbojevic has now just gone over for another try. So that's given Manly 5 tries to 1 as they dominate this contest. As Ruben Garrick with a simple conversion. Evan DeMelt says, with the Tigers, do you think the players aren't all on the same page, or more so that Benji's message is getting through to them? Well, look, to be perfectly honest, they've got a lot of injuries throughout the course of the season that's kind of derailed them a little bit. And let's not forget the brief distraction of the Lockie Galvin situation. That's no excuse, though, but the injuries certainly are. I mean, no Jerome Luai tonight, ruled out right before kickoff. No Jareen Buller. So, I mean, that completely reshuffles the bench rotation. Api Coruscant was playing 5/8 to start the game tonight. So that means Api doesn't get his rest. Api Coruscant went and shifted into hooker to give Talon De Silva a break. So, yeah, their whole system was screwed up tonight. The late withdrawal of Jerome Luai. $28 points to 4 with 4 minutes to go. And a comfortable win for Manly, the home side. Well, that's Jerome Luai has a boil infection. He'll be right for Origin. Scrum down, 15 out here for the Tigers with 3 minutes 40 to go. They go to the right edge. Dewey takes the line on. Dewey, 2 meters out. And he's lost the ball. Adam Dewey spills the ball, but it's a penalty. It's been illegally stripped out. Can they get some consolation points here, the Tigers? A meter out from the line. Dewey with the short ball. Fainu, Samuela. 5 out. Talon De Silva from dummy half. Darts under the tackles and scores. Talon De Silva with the consolation try. Well, it wasn't Stafford Toa, so that doesn't do me any good. And as you can imagine, no excitement whatsoever from the Tigers there as they bag this consolation try. The try is confirmed. Two and a half minutes left to play. 28 points to 8. All right, so we will be skipping straight into, as Adam Dewey converts this to make it 28-10, we will be skipping straight into the Knights versus the Raiders, where I have 4 legs, of course. 4 legs. And I have Dominic Young, and I've also got Dominic Young for first try scorer. Dominic Young, Bradman Best, Dylan Lucas / Zach Hosking, and Jed Stewart. Ricky's boy. Back underway. 2 minutes left in this contest. We will be staying live. It's a little experiment that I've got to say on YouTube hasn't quite worked out all that well, but on the other platforms it's gone all right. I've experimented with a single stream rather than ending it and starting a dedicated stream like we normally do. So this one will be staying live tonight. I don't know if we do it moving forward because, as I said, it hasn't really worked out too well with the YouTube algorithm. But yeah, it was a worthy experiment. As Terrell May, probably his best run of the night, which sums up how badly he's been going tonight, or how quiet Manly have kept him. As Adam Dewey on the fifth and last from halfway puts this one high, Saab's under it, and Jason Saab taken down inside the last minute of the contest. Manly have got the job done. Well done to the home side as Kohler makes half a break. Taken down on that left edge. Play 3. 40 out from their own line. Garrick on tackle 4. Oh, absolutely. Rock my balls. It will be a high-scoring game, the next one. I have full faith in the next game being incredibly high-scoring. Overs for certain. Overs for sure, I reckon. Fifth and last, Brooks thumps it into touch. They just want this game to end. High fives all around from Manly. 28 points to 10. And they've got themselves the victory here. The Tigers, well, down on troops. Down on key troops as well, it must be said. A very unfortunate night for them. It's disappointing to see. I've always had a soft spot for the Tigers, so it's very disappointing to see them struggling, going this badly. You want to see them do well. Too many players out, really. Demo, 444. You tipped the Tigers. You thought they had a chance. Losing Jerome Luai right before kickoff. Hard to overcome. Latu Fainu was always going to be playing halfback. But, yeah, Jerome Luai ruled out. Api Coruscant had to shift from hooker to 5'8", which brought Talon De Silva off the bench into play hooker. And we know the Tigers like to start with Api, or they like to start with one or the other and then flip throughout the course of the game. They don't like having them both out there, so it's certainly ruffled a few feathers. And Jareem Buller, of course, who's also out. That's a big out. Jareem Buller, one of the hottest prospects at fullback in the competition. One of the hot young players coming through. So he's always a big absence from the Tigers team. I'm not entirely sure what happened to him, but he wasn't even named. So, hamstring. Okay. Hamstring. So, Jareem Buller had a hamstring. At least 4 weeks on the sideline. and he suffered it in the dying stages of the loss to the Raiders. So there you go. LV, you missed your multi by 2. Oh, that's what, 2 ticks or 2 points? Where Tamati? 2 ticks. Yeah, me too. Wheat Tamati says Tigers have certainly had a lot going on, plagued with multiple distractions and injuries. Now Jerome, yeah, this is not the Tigers squad. When we talked up the Tigers in the preseason, and when we talked up the Tigers, I guarantee you this was not the squad that we were talking up. A lot of players out, a lot of shuffling has had to be done. So, I mean, look at what happened to the Panthers to start the season when they had to do very similar. Even the best teams in the competition struggle when they've got players out. So I don't think all is lost for the Tigers. They'll obviously be devastated that it's another potential write-off of a season. But, yeah. And Adam Dewey, by the way, Adam Dewey did a fabulous job filling in at halfback. So at the back end of that contest, now in fairness, Manly had probably switched off a little bit as well. So we've got to take that into account. But Adam Dewey was running the ball to the line, ball in 2 hands, and things started to happen for the Tigers. I mean, it was all too late, and yeah, as we established, the Manly had probably dropped off. Figured they had the game won already, so. But still, credit to Adam Dewey for his performance there. Oh, well, 2 out of the 4 ticks. Not good enough. And we need more. Bring on the next game. Raiders versus the Knights. Coming up in about 7 minutes. Jason Saab, man of the match, was he? I suppose it'd be difficult to pluck out a man of the match in that game. Jason Saab did go looking for work. Got himself involved. So, yeah, it's hard to pick somebody, I guess, out of that game. But Jason Saab, man of the match, apparently. There you go. All right. So, whilst Twitch is still having issues, I don't know what's going on there. It sucks. Like, we literally just got monetized on Twitch. And ever since we got monetized on Twitch, suddenly it just won't stream to over there for whatever reason. Hello, Lacey. Ahoy, mates. Charles. Ahoy there. Charles Oliver. LV, honest opinion on the Dogs and Penrith game. Oh, sensational. Game of the year, finals worthy. Game of the year, easily so far. And, I mean, there's 2 finals contenders right there. Potential grand final, except I think it'll be Panthers Storm. I still think Storm are the team to beat this year. They haven't showed their top form yet, the Melbourne Storm. The Panthers as well. So, they've both got lots of improvement left in them, which should make the rest of the competition very, very nervous. Oh, yeah. My Sharks, my Cronulla Sharks are in, my Cronulla Sharks are in a in for a world of hurt on Sunday. I am not looking forward to that game as a Sharks supporter. They are going to get absolutely demolished. Not looking forward to it whatsoever. So we're about 4 minutes away from kickoff in the next game. And the start of the game's got to be better than that one, right? You would have to imagine. That opening half, that was terrible. Gaz Johnson, ahoy, mate. Don't forget, of course, too, this weekend, the British and Irish Lions have landed in Australia, and the Lions tour commences, taking on the Western Force. I can't wait for that. I am very excited for the Lions tour of Australia. So that's coming up. We've also got Formula One this weekend. So looking forward to that as well. And of course, the big game on Sunday. Hang on. Big game tomorrow. The big game tomorrow. Broncos Warriors. So, a lot happening over the course of this weekend here on the Wasted World of Sports. So, 3 minutes till kickoff. The Raiders, are they going to handle being the overwhelming favorites? We haven't seen this in years. We haven't seen this for a few seasons at least, where the Canberra Raiders come into a contest huge, overwhelming, unbackable favorites with very, very short odds. How are they going to handle it? How can Ricky pull the underdog story for a team that's clearly not the underdogs? I mean, that's what they've based their whole last couple of seasons off. And I just reckon this is a little bit of a banana skin game for the Canberra Raiders. For Ricky's Green Goblins, this will actually be, in my opinion, a pretty big test for them. And we'll learn a little bit about where they're actually at. Fletcher Sharp is a huge out for the Knights, of course. Let's not underestimate Fletcher Sharp's absence. That's massive. And the Knights have got to go through another half pairing. But I reckon, even though it was far from convincing, I feel like they turned a little bit of a corner the other week against the Dolphins. But we'll see. Is out onto the park now. The Raiders. Beanies for brain cancer round, of course. All right, let's have a quick break before this game starts. Go. The home side out onto the park. Knights, Raiders, kickoff moments away. I've gone for the upset. I've just got a feeling. We are on board for the upset here. Knights in a close one. Dominic Young, first try scorer. I essentially had a free bet on Neds, so I've thrown down $25 on Dominic Young for first try. It was a free shot, so why not take it? Referee Peter Goff A mixed record for the Raiders here at this venue. A mixed record over the past 5 or 6 seasons. So let's see. Are the Raiders the real deal? This is their first game as overwhelming favourites in this era. And we're off and running. Newcastle, the home side, with the kickoff. And Josh Papali'i, Big Papa, with the first hit up. I mean, isn't that poetic? Big Josh Papali'i, who is off to Super League next season, by the way. He's given the Raiders notice. He's off, and he will be seeing out the end of his career in the English Super League. So, you know, a big salute to Josh Papali'i for all his hard work and service in the NRL. And it'll be a shame to see the back of him next season. As the Raiders, through Tapani, 35 out from their own line. Fifth and last, Fogarty, one of the best kickers in the competition. Kicks it down, and James Schiller will return it for the Knights. Papali'i's signed with St. Helens. Yes, I do believe so. The St. Helens Saints, Big Papa. As Dominic Young, with a good strong carry, draws in 3 Raiders defenders. Tackle 3 for the Knights. Creeping ever closer to the halfway mark. In midfield, Frizzell. Ran out of options, but they're up over halfway. Brayley scoots out a dummy half, gives the ball up for Crossland. Crossland with some good meters. Fifth and last, the Knights, 30 out from the line. The kick goes high for Dominic Young to contest, but what a take from Jed Stewart. Fantastic take. And it's the Raiders back in possession. All right, there we go. We're off and running here. All set up. No score here in the opening 2.5 minutes. Let's go Knights, says Somstar. Oh, it'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Fifth and last here for the Raiders. From inside the 40, Fogarty kicks down the middle of the field. Ponga's under it. And Kalen brings it out to the 30. Oh, he slips in midfield on 25-meter line. Not that there's a line on the 25 meters, but he was 25 out from his own try line as Dominic Young bumps off one. Brings it out to the 40. That's a good, strong carry. Dom Young for first try scorer tonight. That's my pick. Bradman Best now up to halfway. They're getting into the Raiders' half with ease at the moment, the Knights. Hogger sends it out to the right for Hastings. Hastings, 40 out from the line. Two tackles left here for the Knights. Frizzell up the middle. Floricel Makosi. I hope I'm saying that right. I'm probably not. As the kick down is taken by Savage, half a meter out from his own line. And a great kick chase from the Knights. Watching from the Philippines. Very nice. Welcome along. Actually, quite a few NRL supporters over there in the Philippines. $20 out from the line here. The Raiders diffuse the first high ball of the night as Weeks gives it off for Temako there. Cuts back in field. Raiders will win, reckons Christopher Albanian. And from inside the 40 again, Fogarty. This time it's allowed to bounce. And it sits up for Young. Dominic Young tries to get on the outside of Sasangi, but he's brought down. 35 out from their own line here, the Knights. Gagai brings it out to the 40. Siafidi back in the team this week. Tackle 3 on halfway. Knights with a slight breeze here in the first half. Through the hands to the left. Ponga to Best. Best with the dummy and takes on Timoko. Timoko wraps him up. 2 tackles left for the Knights. 30 out from the line. Crossland in midfield for Hastings. Kicks early. Looking for Dom Young. Needs the bounce. Weeks is there. Collects it in his end goal. Goal line dropout. Oh, I've got a feeling it's happening. Dom Young, first try scorer. Shrek. Delta Fox. Thank you for the live stream. Watching from Papua New Guinea. Cheers to PNG. And cheers to the Philippines. Fogarty goes short with the restart. It breaks the plane and goes 10. Batted back by Stewart, but into the arms of the Knights. And here they come. 10 out from the line. Ponga to Hastings. Inside ball for Frizzell. Frizzell 10 out from the line. Gets the offload. Back for Brayley. Brayley to Crossland. Saifidi in midfield. They're 5 meters out here. Brayley sends it right for Crossland. Hastings now. The cutout pass out the back for Gagai, who beats one. Gagai taken down by Jed Stewart. 6 again. They were offside. Crossland in midfield. Inside ball for Saifidi. Saifidi tackle 10 out from the line. Brazil, short ball for Crossland. Crossland, penalty for high contact. And this could be the first points of the game if they decide to take the 2. It's right out in front. Geez, the Knights are looking good early. Controlling the flow of the game so far. But as I said, they're playing with that slight breeze in the first half. They tap and go. They don't want the 2 points. They want more. Saifidi tackled. A meter out. Right in front of the sticks. They are. Brayley sends it left for Cogger. Short ball for Ponga. The cutout pass for Best. Gets the arms free, but nobody to pass to. 6 more again. The Raiders ill-disciplined to start. Ponga heads across field, looking for options. He's got Hastings, and now Gagai. Dom Young picked up and dumped in a 2-man tackle. Sebastian Chris and Jed Stewart in tandem there. As Hastings takes the line on tackle 2. They're a meter out here, the Knights. Stephen Peake says the Raiders will do another come-from-behind win. They're definitely slow starters, the Raiders, aren't they? As Ponga with the goose step throws the pass into touch. Shocking pass from Kalen Ponga. The goosey, and the cutout pass goes over the sideline. But the Knights applying the pressure early. The Raiders' defense is able to repel it here. And again, 8 minutes gone, no points. The Raiders have repelled the early attack. As Chris now brings it out to the 30. It was a little cheeky, Jarius, from the Raiders there. They basically were up offside the entire set, giving away 6 again. They were happy to give away set restarts and just wait for the Knights to make a mistake as Kyo Weeks goes up the middle. Weeks, one-on-one with Ponga, gets on the outside of Young. Weeks heads for the corner, and they bring him down 10 meters out from the line. Down the short side, Starling for Strange. Ethan Strange fights his way to the line, and he's held up just a meter short here, 5th and last. Starling from dummy half is taken down, and that'll be a handover. Poor end of set, but Kyo Weeks opened them up. Absolutely blitzed them up the middle. And now the Knights under big pressure. That swung around very quickly. Kyo Weeks really starting to come into his own. The Knights 10 metres out from their own try line on tackle 3. Ponga takes it up to the 20. Brayley scoots out a dummy half. They had no way retreated back the 10 there, the Raiders. Ponga from inside the 40 gets a good purchase on it and finds the grass, and it bounces over the head of Stewart, who now plays at it. And Stewart will return it to the 15. That was a hell of a kick from Jack Cogger. Gagai's down in back play. Oh no, there he is. Somebody was down. 10 minutes gone, no points. So might be another tight contest in this opening half before it starts to open up. Up to halfway on play 4 here, the Raiders. Papali'i bends the line. Taken down on the 5th and last. 40 out. 6 more. Oh, that's a coach killer. 6 again on the last tackle. Here come the Raiders now. They get given these opportunities and they've been punishing teams for it. Horsburgh plays it. 20 out from the line. Full set of 6. Sebastian Chris. 15 out. Blow to get, well, he's staying down to try and milk the penalty here. The Canberra milk from Seb Chris. Referee having none of it. Tarpany gets the arms free. Offloads. Back for Starling. Scattered defense out here on the left. Taken down a metre out here. The Raiders. Papali'i on the crash ball. Bumps off one and scores. No, he's held up. He's over the line. But Jaden Brayley has got himself under the ball somehow and made a try-saving tackle. Oh, Papali'i was over for all money from that close. Burrows his way under, but Brayley gets the body under the ball. Try-saver. 2 tackles left here for the Raiders. Fogarty to Hoskin. Hoskin through a gap. He's half a metre out. 5th and last. Darling to Fogarty for the crossfield kick. And it's taken by Gagai. Back in the field of play. Great job. The veteran. Now Dom Young. Nobody to pass to, so he's got to take the line on. And that is a good carry from Dominic Young. Both teams seem up for this. Been a great start to the game. Here's Paul picked up and rocked back in the tackle. Oh, who made that hit? Ethan Strange. Get out of town. Ethan Strange, a 5'8", just picked up and dumped Kai Pearce-Paul. Darius Henry, you've got Tarpany or Starling or Dom Young and Stewart. Plus the Raiders win. 5th and last. Hastings puts the kick downfield, taken by Kyo Weeks in great field position here for the Raiders, who are definitely on top early now after weathering the early storm. It is the Raiders who are just on top in this last little period of play. Up to halfway. 40 metres out from the line. That's Savage who plays it. Down the short side. Quick play the ball. Weeks threatening the line again. Kyo Weeks. 20 out. Starling goes to Tarpany. Tarpany looks to get that arm free again. He's the master of the offload, Joe Tarpany. 5th and last. Scattered defense on the left again. Fogarty sends it that way. Chris with the grubber kick through to the end goal. And Ponga shadows it over the dead ball line. 7 tackle set. Brilliant play there from everybody, basically. The execution just a little too heavy. But that was great play from everybody involved. And the Knights get a very crucial 7 tackle set here. But both of these teams are up for this contest. And it's been a high quality start to this one. Lucas, just short of halfway. He takes tackle 2. 26 minutes left in the opening half. Hogger onto Crossland. Now Hastings. Short ball for Pearce-Paul, who takes it up over halfway. Brayley back into midfield for Crossland. Goes out the back for Cogger. Brought down 30 out on play 4. Here they come, the Knights. Ponga with some front foot ball. taken down 20 metres out. Fifth and last for the Knights. Cogger fires it over for Hastings. Kicks for Dominic Young. Young doesn't get the chase on it, and Stewart is tackled a couple of metres out from their own line here, the Raiders. No piggyback up the field. This is low-key. Potentially going to compete with the Bulldogs Panthers, which is great. Great for us, right? As the Raiders spread it wide early here on tackle 2. Timoko in space. Goes straight up the middle. Timoko. Oh, they can break out from anywhere, the Raiders. 40 out from the line now on play 3. Fogarty, dummies. Takes the line on. Isn't it great to have seen Jamal Fogarty get a new lease of life here at the Raiders? The poor guy was nearly ruined by the Gold Coast Titans, wasn't he? His fifth and last now. Strange chips it in over the top. Contestable ball is taken by Simi Sasagi, and Sasagi gets the first try. Simi Sasagi, one-on-one with Kalen Ponga, wins the battle in the air, and the Raiders have scored first. And it was off the back of the break from Timoko. And Kalen Ponga, he is not having the best of years. And there's a chalk up another one. He just got beaten in the air by a second rower. Mind you, in fairness, these second rowers are getting good at competing for the high ball, right? I mean, in recent seasons, we've seen Teddy get outleapt by multiple second rowers. We've seen Dylan Edwards get caught flat-footed and beaten by Holy Moly Olakawatu in the air. So these second rowers, they're getting good at competing in the air. So there's not really... there would have been an era of NRL where that would have been incredibly shameful. But I don't think that's so much the case anymore. Four points to nil. Raiders in the lead. Kick to come. And Fogarty from this position, he'll slot this one over. He will slot this one over with ease. Fogarty. About, 15 metres in from touch on the 20-metre line. Favoured side for a right-footed kicker over there on the left. The Raiders withstood the early pressure, and they've now come back down the other end a couple of times, and they walk away with some points. Fogarty with the conversion attempt. Oh, he's missed it. Well, the commentator's curse in full effect. Fogarty with probably the worst kick of the past 2 seasons. His worst kick. And it's 4 points to nil it remains. You can't believe it. Commentators curse through and through. Seb Watson, ahoy mate. 100%. If they practice the kick chases, a lot of them are over 6 foot. And the fullbacks are getting smaller. Look at Joy Gray when he plays for the Rabbitohs, and Heath Mason tonight for the Tigers. Try scored by Simi Sasagi as the Raiders lead 4 points to nil. Evan DeMelt, welcome back, mate. Penalty now to the Raiders. A piggyback upfield. I'll tell you what I love about the Raiders. I love that Ricky Stewart breaks the mold and sits down on the sideline with his players. Especially with a young group like he's got, a young and inexperienced group, relatively, for the most part. There's obvious exceptions, Papa Lehi and what. But Ricky Stewart sitting down there on the sideline, not up in the coach's box, and going, look, I'm here. I'm here with the team. I'm part of this group. I'm down here in the trenches with you. And I think it just elevates this group to a new level. 10 out from the line. Fogarty to Sebastian Chris. Heel fries. Ahoy, mates. Fifth and last. 5 out from the line again. The Raiders on the attack. Fogarty. Crossfield kick. Didn't get this one close enough to the try line, but it's batted back. Beware the second phase play of Weeks. Gets it back in field for Horsburgh. It's still fifth and last. Offloads for Weeks. Cut out pass for Savage. Savage tries to fend away from Schiller. Puts the kick in. It sits up in the end goal. And Ponga slips, and it'll be a goal line dropout. Unbelievable. They get the second kick away out of nowhere. And they are running an awful lot of luck, the Raiders, at the same time. As well as they've been going, there's also a lot of more Arslan-class scenarios. There was another one. As the Knights go short with the goal line dropout, and it's lost forward by the Raiders. And away goes Pierce Paul. Pierce Paul in open space, takes it up to the 40. The Knights, can they hit back? They're up quickly again. Fogarty was surely about 10 metres offside. He was in the Knights' bloody attacking line when the ball was played. Brazil with the short ball. Josiah Feedy on halfway here, the Knights. Crossland runs on at pace. Bends the line. 2 tackles left. Pogga onto Ponga. The goose step for Best now. Savage goes for the intercept and bats it down. Savage would have been away under the post if he managed to tap that ball up in the air. But they're not afraid to have a crack at these 50-50 plays, the Raiders. That's what Ricky Stewart has instilled in this team. A team of young speedsters who aren't afraid to have a crack. No matter what the game situation is, no matter where they are on the field, none of these players are afraid to have a go. And that's what he has instilled in this team. Scrum down, 30 out from the line. Ponga, dummies. Beats the first tackle, but he's wrapped up easily on the 20. Best in at dummy half. Gives it off to Cogger. Diafidi now. 15 out from the line, just to the left of the post. Cogger out the back for Hastings. Short ball for Pierce Paul. Bends the line, but can't get through. They're 5 metres out. The Raiders' defence too good. Crossland, short ball for Diafidi, who falls into contact. 2 tackles left. They're offside here, the Raiders, by a mile. As that ball goes into touch. Well, they've got away with the offside. And that ball goes into touch off Bradman Best. And the Raiders will have the ball. But I wonder if they'll ever get called for being offside at any point tonight. Or if that's just going to be a theme of things. Horsburgh. Tackled 15 out. Big Papa's off for a break. Papa Lehi, of course, we were talking about him in the pregame. Off to Super League next season. He'll be missed here in the NRL. It'll feel weird not seeing Big Papa Lehi running around. But he's heading off to the English Super League to play his trade. St. Helens, I believe, he got picked up by. Tackle 4 here for the Raiders. And they're going to kick early. Fogarty keeps it low and flat, looking for the 40-20 and nailing it. Oh, Jamal Fogarty. A 40-20. Absolutely thumps it. Inch perfect. Millimeter perfect. Bounces just inside the touchline. And that might be the kick of the season. Jamal Fogarty. Well, it doesn't get any closer than that. And here they come again. 10 out from the line. Starling to Horsburgh. Out the back for Fogarty. Inside ball for Hosking. Spins out of 1. 5 meters out. Starling onto Tarpany. Tarpany gets the arms free, offloads. Second phase play. This is where they're very, very dangerous. Just to the right of the post on play 3. Weeks. Can't get away from Best. Shuts him down. Tarpany gets the arms free again, Tarpany, but he can't offload on this occasion. 5th and last for the Raiders. Staying on the short side. Hosking on the crash ball. Offloads back for Weeks. And Weeks scores the try. Kyo Weeks having an absolute blinder to start this game. And the Raiders are up 8-0. Staying down the short side. Kalen Ponga caught flat-footed. Thought the play had stopped. And the Raiders, their offload game is devastating. $8-0 kick to come. Kyo Weeks, 5 runs, 87 meters gained to start this game. That is immense, immense numbers for the opening half. The late offload. Fogarty. I don't think he's going to have as bad a kick as that last one that he had. He's guaranteed 100% that he's going to put this one over. He's not going to miss 2 in a row like that. Puts it right down the middle. 10 points to 0. The Raiders. They weathered the early storm. The Knights were on top in the opening sort of 5 minutes. But it's been all Raiders off the back of that. I do wonder if they're going to get penalised for being offside at any point tonight. That'll be interesting to see moving forward. Knights get us back underway. 15 minutes to go until the halftime break. You just need Dom Young to score and your parlay carries on. Well, I think Dom Young will get across the line tonight. Raiders 20 meters out from their own line. 14 and a half to go until the break. Hosking. He's had a strong start to the game. That's why I put him in my multi. Zach Hosking. Fogarty. Flat pass there for Timoko. Tackle 4. The Knights need to wrap the ball up as Horsburgh up the middle. 5th and last. Fogarty. From halfway, puts it high. Schiller's under it. And the Knights finally get their hands on the ball. I think this is the Knights' first set in, I think the Raiders have had, 4 or 5 sets of 6 in a row. $40 out from their own line here as the Knights move up towards halfway. Scrappy play the ball, and it's a bad play the ball. Ball's over in the process of playing it, and the Raiders will go back on the attack inside the Knights' half. Brodie Jones, I believe it was, plants the ball and then falls. Just gifting them field position. And it's not a gift that they need. As Big Red will play it 40 metres out from the line. Smithies inside to Hosking. Gets the offload. The second phase. They've been dismantling the Knights on second phase ball. Starling this time, though, just goes into contact. 30 out in midfield. Horsburgh. Smithies, rather. 25 out. Starling down their short side for Weeks. Back inside for Timoko. 10 out from the line. Important for the Knights to hold on here. Horsburgh in midfield. Beats one. Still got the leg drive going. Horsburgh. A metre out. Starling goes to Fogarty. Shows it inside. Goes out for Chris. Chris is held up and driven back. Fifth and last. Staying on the short side. The crash ball for Sasagi. Back for Starling. Starling for Strange. And Ethan Strange dives over in the corner. The offloads. They are massacring the Knights here with the offloads. The Knights have got to wrap the ball up. The Raiders are going into contact, backing into the tackles and offloading, and the Knights are just completely clueless. Clueless to the offloads. Try confirmed in the corner for Strange. And the offloads is what's doing it at the moment. Controlling territory and possession. A tick off the multi for Mookie. Evan DeMelt says, can you say Smithies like Mr. Burns says Smithers? Well, we did wonder, we talked about it in the pregame, how would the Raiders handle being overwhelming favourites? Because they're not used to being favourites. They have built this team. Ricky Stewart has built this team off being the underdogs. They're faced with the prospect of overwhelming favoritism, and they're handling it just fine at the moment. Fogarty from the sideline. Puts it right down the middle. Fogarty converts. It's 16 points to 0. The Raiders over the Knights. Mookie from the stands. A channel member. Welcome to the crew, Mookie. Very much appreciate that, mate. And we've also just been approved for subscriptions on TikTok as well. So that's pretty cool. A channel member, Mookie, on YouTube. And yes, we now have subscriptions active on TikTok. And as it continues to grow, we'll start to do some more members-only, subscriber-only streams on the various platforms. As Horsburgh takes tackle ball. 10 minutes to go until the break. Now, remember, the Knights are playing with that slight breeze at their back here in the first half. So you would dare say that it's pretty much critical for the Knights to get some points before the break. Fogarty. From inside the 40, straight down the gullet of Kalen Ponga, who gives it off to Schiller, and Schiller returns it to the 30. So it was a promising start for the Knights, but the Raiders got their offload game working, and that was it. That was all she wrote from that point on. Is Brodie Jones. Just short of halfway. Here's Crossland. Goes at the back for Cogger. Now Ponga's up in the line for Best. Best taken down by Savage and Timoko. Well controlled. 9 minutes until the break. Ponga at first receiver. On to Cogger. Just simple stuff through the hands here for the Knights. Fifth and last. Hastings down the short side. Kicks for Young. Young bats it back, and it's scooped up by Weeks, who spills it. Knock on, and here's a chance for the Knights. This is it. The Knights absolutely have to step up here in this moment and take advantage of this. Apart from the opening 5 minutes, it's been a dire old start to the game for the Knights. Scrum goes down, 10 metres out. They go right. Ponga. Inside ball for Gagai. Taken down, 5 out from the line. And we've got time off. Go back to the mark there, Gags. Back on the mark and play it properly, mate. Cogger to Crossland. Inside ball for Croker. Carries it inside the 10. Back in midfield they are here on play 2. Brayley looks left. Goes out the back for Cogger. Short ball for Lucas. Couple of meters out. Lucas on play 3. Cogger to Hastings. Now Ponga. They've got a 3-on-2. Gagai shown the sideline, and he's taken down a couple of meters out. 2 tackles left. Ponga heading across field. Passes to nobody. It's loose on the ground. Lucas picks it up, and half a gap opens up. Lucas now, 5th and last. 5 meters out. Brayley sends it left. Cogger out the back for Crossland. Now Schiller puts it too deep, and it's dead in goal. 7 tackle set. Wow. The Raiders were about 5 meters offside again. Every play of the ball. Not called. But 7 tackle set. Poor end of set from the Knights, regardless. Savage heads across field. Risky offload. Well picked up by Ethan Strange. A ludicrous offload, but well reeled in. 30 out from their own line here. 6.5 until the break. Papa Lehi, Big Papa, is coming back out. He didn't get much of a break, the big man. Tackle 3 on halfway. Horsburgh. 40 out from the Knights line. He's folded backwards in the tackle. Smithies. 5th and last. Where's Fogarty? Here he is on the right edge. He's going to run. Fogarty goes on a run. Gives it out the back for Weeks. Timoko gets one-on-one with Best. It's knocked back by the Raiders. And Weeks is held in the tackle. That'll be a handover. The Knights. That was dangerous. They've held off that attack. State of Origin decider, July 9th. Bring that one on. We can't wait for that. As Crossland goes out the back for Cogger. Short ball, and Pierce Paul is tackled on halfway. Staying on the short side. Hastings on for Gagai. Gagai stands in the 3-man tackle. They bring him to ground slowly but surely. 5 minutes left in this opening half. 2 tackles left for the Knights on this set of 6. Space out to the left if they move it there, but they don't. Just happy to settle things down in midfield as Cogger puts this kick up the middle for Ponga to chase. Put pressure on Weeks. It's battered back by the Knights. Knocked on by Canberra. A result for the Knights. Kyo Weeks has been a bit flaky under the high ball tonight. That's my only criticism of him. In open play, he's been devastating, but that's a couple of times now he's cocked up the high ball. And a chance now for the Knights. Can they hit back with 4 minutes to go until the break? I mean, they need something to spark them to life here. They've had 13 tackles inside the Raiders 20. They've had opportunities. Here's Ponga. Stalls and brings it back into midfield. 10 meters out here, the Knights. 4 minutes left until the break. You would have to think they need points before the break to stand a chance here. As Best heads back towards the post. Backs into the defense. He's 5 meters out. Stands in the tackle. Looking for a quick play the ball. Best. Brayley scoots out a dummy half. Gives it off to Crossland. Goes out the back for Hastings. Ponga. The ball is knocked down by Jed Stewart. The try has been saved, but it is a set restart. They've finally been pinged for offside. And now holding down in the ruck. The Knights with a full set of 6. 3 minutes left until the break. They've had their chances, the Knights. Lucas steps off the left boot, but he's 5 meters out. Hoskin brings him down. Brayley to Cogger. Goes out the back for Hasty. Now Ponga. They've got numbers again. Gagai spills it. It's scooped up by Jed Stewart. They didn't control the loose ball, and the Raiders were nearly away. Gagai spills it cold. 2 minutes 40, and the Knights aren't getting any points here in the first half. Not unless they score an intercept. Dane Gagai drops it cold. Unbelievable. The veteran is Fogarty. Takes the line on. Not afraid to have a run. And that's tackle 3. They're inside the Knights half already. Starling down the short side for Timoko. Timoko carries at 15 meters. Running backwards. 2 tackles left and great field position for the Knights, who now try to shift out to the left. Strange fights his way, but can't get free from Hastings. 5th and last. Fogarty now puts it high. Contestable kick. Young's backing up and takes it extremely well. Half a meter out from their own try line here, the Knights. Gagai from dummy half. Oh, that was so crucial. Dominic Young to take that high ball. Gagai's hurt. Very slow to get up after playing that ball. Best on tackle 4. Brings it out to the 30. Quick play the ball. Nobody at dummy half, though. Brayley gets there. And now some space out to the right again for the Knights. Pierce Paul onto Young. And Young's wrapped up by young Jed Stewart. Taken to ground. 5th and last. The Knights inside their own half. Ponga to kick. A little bit of a nothing kick. Weeks tracks it down. Takes it on the full. Adam O'Brien is losing it up in the coach's box. Absolutely losing his bollocks. And understandably so. This has been atrocious. The Knights started well. And a penalty now for high contact. 30 seconds left until the break. If they jag another one here, the Raiders, it's all over. 16-0 is not insurmountable. 22-0, forget about it. 30 out from the line. Fogarty to Smithies. This is it, the last play of the half. 15 meters out, are they? 25 out? Where are they? 25 out in midfield. Weeks puts the chip in over the top. Nobody at the back for the Knights, but Schiller races back and takes it. That'll be half time. Now, honestly, if the Knights are smart here, who's the captain? Kalen Ponga. Kalen Ponga needs to get in referee Peter Goff's ear and say, mate, Are you ever going to ping these guys for being offside? Or are we just going to have to deal with that the whole game? And maybe don't say it that way. Maybe he should put it a little bit more politely. He probably should say it a little bit more politely than I just put it, so that he doesn't fall completely out of favor with the referee. But honestly, I'd be having a quiet word with the referee and just saying, are you going to control the offside line or what? I mean, I know these guys are quick. The Raiders have got a speedy backline. But they've spent that entire half at least 5 meters offside every play of the ball. So I would be seriously asking questions. I mean, that's what you do as a captain. You try and get in the referee's ear. 16 points. Yeah, the key is subtlety, DJ Shaq. I absolutely wouldn't put it the way that I just put it. That wouldn't be winning anybody over. 16 points to nil, though, at the halftime break. The Knights, they started well. The opening 7 or 8 minutes was all Newcastle. But the Raiders repelled everything that was thrown at them, and they definitely controlled a majority of that first half and are deserving leaders going into the halftime break. 16 points to nil. We'll have a quick break. Oh, excuse me. We'll have a quick break. And we'll be back for the second half action here. Waste of World of Sports. All right, 16 points to nil at the halftime break here. The Raiders getting their offload game working. That's where they've won this. That's where they won this opening half. They've had their offload game on point. Backing into the Knights' defense. Everybody, backs, forwards, doesn't matter. Back into the defense, get the arms free, and offload. They've scored 2 tries from offloads. Second phase, broken play. That's where they're destroying the Knights at halftime. They need to have a serious conversation about wrapping the ball up and quieting down those offloads. Stephen Peake says, I heard Kalen Ponga and Adam O'Brien have issues with each other. Yeah, well, I'm obviously unsure of that myself. But, I mean, I think it's safe to say that there is something very evidently not right at the Knights. Evidently. Because on paper, and look, games aren't won on paper. We know this. Boy, do we know this. Anybody who's been following the sport for any length of time knows that games are not won on paper. We see it time and time again. But these teams, side by side, I mean, just running through the team sheet, there's nowhere really that there's nowhere really on paper that either team has a clear standout. I mean, look, for example, Tarpany and Frizzell even each other out. You know, Ponga's having a bad year, but, you know, Ponga, Weeks balance each other out nicely. Dominic Young, you could argue, I suppose, is better than Jed Stewart overall, but, you know, Bradman Best and Sebastian Chris balance each other. Like, this game should not be a blowout on paper. There's something clearly horribly wrong at the Knights. Now, Fletcher Sharp, a very big out. That can't be understated. Much in the same way as Jerome Luai was ruled out for the Tigers, and it changed the balance of their entire attack. Fletcher Sharp is a big out. So that's a big problem for the Knights and their attack. But, you know, 53% possession at halftime to 47 in favor of the Raiders. But 1,018 meters gained to 814. 9 offloads to 1. That's where the key issues are. The Raiders are going into contact, offloading. It's getting them more meters per set. I mean, possession's been pretty even. It shouldn't be 16-0. It really shouldn't be. But we raised the question. We were talking about it in the pregame. How will the Raiders respond to being the favorites? They're not used to being the favorites. Ricky Stewart has built this team off underdog status. How will they cope with being the overwhelming, unbackable favorites? They're coping pretty well at the moment. 16-0 at the break. And the Knights had a slight breeze there in that opening half as well, which is something that I also pointed out. So that'll be something as well moving forward. Good night, Gamer Mel. Enjoy your sleep. And if we don't catch you tomorrow, I'm sure that we'll catch you on Sunday for the Melbourne Storm game. Your Melbourne Storm taking on my Cronulla Sharks. Oh, boy, I'm not looking forward to that one. Oh, that's going to be a massacre. That is going to be an absolute massacre. I'm very, very nervous for the Sharks on Sunday. But anyway, speaking of massacres, boy, if the Knights don't get their act together at halftime, they could be in for an absolute schmozzling here. And they've really got to tidy up the offloads here in the second half. Or this could turn into a cricket score if they're not careful. Try and get some direction in attack. I mean, it's a lot to ask. Based on what we saw in that first half, it's a lot to ask for. Just yeah, it's a lot to sort of ask for to try and fix in one game, you know? I don't want to step away because remember what happened in the last game. I stepped away and we missed the kickoff for the second half. It snuck up on me. So we'll try and wait this one out. It is, though, of course, halftime, 16 points to 0. One-way traffic. The Raiders well on top. Yeah, Evan DeMelt says, I think it's almost time Dane Gagai goes off to Super League, joins his brother in the UK. Gagai is definitely at the back end of his NRL career. Most certainly. I think that's very safe to say. I very much doubt that he picks up another contract. So at that point, Super League would be the only option, really. If he wants to keep playing. I mean, he might just decide he's done. And you couldn't blame him for that either. $16 points to 0 at the break. 9 offloads to 1, I think it was that I said. 9 offloads to 1 in favor of the Raiders. That's what they've been doing. Second phase. And over 200 more running meters. Second phase. Keeping the ball alive. And the Knights' defense has been caught napping. More than one occasion, they've been caught very flat-footed. With absolutely no answer. Well, what do we got happening here? Second half, getting ready. All right. Will the Knights have any answers in this second 40? Or will it continue to be one-way traffic? I actually think, I mean, the Knights were a bit lucky, really, to only give away 3 tries. So, I mean, they have to try and take the positives out of that first half, of which there were very, very few. But they need to look at the positives and say, look, this game should be over. As it stands, 16 points is not insurmountable. All right, here we go. Adam O'Brien's talking. We've been in this spot before. Okay. We've been in this spot before. We've got to clean up our execution and tighten up the offloads, which is basically what I said. So there you go. 16-0 at the halftime break. The Knights once again continuing to struggle to score points. I think the Knights kicked off in the first half, so they should have first use of it here in the second. We'll see. Can they fight back? "40 minutes. We've seen the Raiders fade in the second half. We saw it just the other week against the Tigers, just last week. And it is the Knights with first use of it here in the second half. Jones tackled on the 10-metre line, their own side of halfway. From the back fence he went. Big defence from Papa Lehi. A bone-rattling tackle. Ponga used as a decoy. Nobody was falling for that. Gone to Croker. Takes it just outside the 20. Crossland at first receiver. On to Pierce Paul. And Kai Pierce Paul with a nice carry outside the 30. Crossland. Inside ball for Brodie Jones for his second carry. Fifth and last. Inside their own 40 here, the Knights. Hastings steps outside the 40. Puts it down the middle. On the bounce to Weeks, who traps it with the boot. And Weeks returns it outside the 20. Good field position to start this for the Raiders. Very good start to the second half. Stewart takes tackle 2. They're 35 metres out. Their own end of halfway. Timoko was strong in that first half. Weeks was probably the standout. The short side, they've had a lot of success. Here's Weeks to Smithies. Back inside for Weeks. Weeks is away. Ponga to beat. Ponga brings him down. Try-saving tackle. 10 metres out from the line. Didn't get the quick play the ball there. Kyo Weeks, I was just talking him up as player of the first half, and he started well in the second. As Smithies sets it up here, fifth and last. Broken defence on the left. Starling with the short ball for Papa Lehi. And Big Papa takes the line on, and that was not the option. They had a skittle defensive line. If they went left, the Knights' right edge was gone. They decided to run close to the ruck. And Big Papa hands it over. The Knights trapped inside their own 10. Gagai on tackle 2. Croker rocked in the tackle. Papa Lehi folds him. Jones brings it up to the 20. That's play 4. From dummy half, Brayley catches them napping. Darling retreats, and that's a good run from Brayley. Fifth and last. Ponga from inside the 40. Sends it deep. Weeks is going to take it on the full, and he'll return it here to at least the 30. And this will be good field position again for the Raiders. As Weeks is held 35 out from his own line. Sebastian Chris down the short side. Tackle 2. 4 line breaks to none. So the Knights haven't even had a line break with all that possession they had as Sazangi takes it up over halfway. Fogarty. Back inside it goes for Smithies. I believe it is there. Smithies sets it up on play 4. Fogarty heads across field. Fifth and last. 25 out from the line. Fogarty's on the right. Puts this kick high. Contestable. Who's that flying through? Xavier Savage. Oh, but it's taken in goal for a 7-tackle set. James Schiller. All right. Can they get something going, the Knights? No, it's a one-on-one steal by Tom Starling. And the Raiders are back in possession. Oh, this is just atrocious. Things just go from bad to worse for the Knights. It's actually laughable. The Sungy almost through. Gets the offload. Back for Strange. They're still not held. Starling beats the first tackle. Backs into the defense. Can't get the arms free. This is just embarrassing now for the Knights. Set restart. Weeks. One-on-one with Ponga. Ponga brings him down. And another set restart. Fogarty onto Smithies. The short ball for Mariota. 5 meters out here. Tackle 1. Just to the left of the post. Starling will look right for Fogarty. Big Papa. Charges for the line. He's 5 meters out. A try here will surely end it. Starling goes out the back for Fogarty. Crash ball for Hoskin. Hoskin half a meter short. Oh, and he loses the ball. Hoskin. Big defense from the Knights. Well, we could look back on this moment. Remember this moment. 5 minutes into the second half. Try saver on Hoskin. And he spills the ball. Let's remember this moment. It could be key, but probably not, because the Knights have offered nothing on attack. Head out from their own line. The scrum goes down. Gagai. Tackled 15 out. Pierce Paul. Nice and straight there. Kai Pierce Paul. 25 out. He'll play it. Big Papa's in the way. 30 out from their own line. The Knights. Can they launch something? And now their first little half break. Oh, E.B. Williams, you had the Squid Game ending leaked to you. Oh, that sucks. Did you find it by accident, or did some son of a bitch purposely spoil it for you? In which case, they're horrible people. As Hastings puts this kick high, and it's taken by Savage, who fends off Best. Best comes back at him. Savage fends him off again. Best is still there, clinging on, but he's away, Savage. Taken down on the 20-meter line. DJ Shaq, why is their attack malfunctioning so badly, Dan? Okay, well, my theory, DJ Shaq, is obviously combinations are key, right? Especially in your spine. The Knights, the most games that they've played in a row this season with the same halves combination, I think, has been 3. And they've got another new combination or switched up combination again. So they've only really had 3 games this season with the same halves pairing. It'd be very hard to build an attack when you're constantly shuffling your 6 and 7. I'm not saying that that is the reason, but it would certainly contribute to the attack not firing. They've had new halves pretty much consistently every game, apart from 3 early on as Ponga dummies and almost goes through. Taken down on halfway. Play 1. 6 again for the Knights. Okay, we've said this before, but this could be their chance. 40 out from the line. Ponga was looking threatening on that occasion. Crossland goes out the back for Cogger. Hastings with the short ball. Pierce Paul almost through. Half a gap opened up. They're 30 out from the line. Another set restart. Crossland out the back for Cogger. Hastings now. Numbers out on the left. And away goes Schiller. One-on-one with Savage. Fends him off. They come back at him. And 15 out from the line here, the Knights. A full set of 6. Ponga heads across field. Gives it to Cogger. Flat pass for Pierce Paul. Pierce Paul, 5 out from the line. Tackle 2. They go left. Cogger out the back for Ponga. Fires the Harbour Bridge ball over the top. It's batted down by Savage. Xavier Savage saves a try, but it will be 6 more tackles here for the Knights. 9 minutes gone here in the second half. 16-0 it remains, but the Knights starting to build some attack. Ponga starting to take the line on. 2 meters out from the line here, the Knights. Crossland used as the decoy. Goes out the back for Cogger. Hastings. One-on-one is Strange. Bumps him off. Hastings still going. Half a meter out now. Gagai into dummy half. Cogger onto Crossland. Now Ponga. The short ball. Lucas is over the line, but he's held up. Well, just short he is. They go left. Ponga to Schiller, and they finally break through. James Schiller, at long last for the Knights. The attack a lot more direct. And a simple draw and pass. They caught the Raiders short down that left edge. 16 points to 4. Kick to come. They're finally on the board. They were too short on the left. Savage was caught in a 2-on-1. Well, that was crucial. 10 minutes into the second half. That was critical. James Schiller with the try. And the Knights hit back 16-4. Kalen Ponga, the headgear's off. Up he steps. 15 in from touch or thereabouts. He's over on that left edge, so not the favoured side for a left-footed kicker, of course. Ponga hooks it back around and down the middle. 16 points to 6. We've seen the Raiders drop off in the second half before. We saw it against the Bulldogs. We saw it against the Tigers. The Tigers couldn't make them pay. The Bulldogs did. Can the Knights use this and get some momentum? Click into gear here. Schiller with the try. Ponga with the conversion. 16 points to 6. I get the feeling like the next points will be very, very critical here as the Raiders get us back underway. Is that fair to say? Next points, very, very crucial in the context of the game. With 28.5 minutes to go, especially if the Raiders scored and scored quickly now to nullify that try, the heads could drop. But if the Knights go over next, who knows what happens from here? Here's Paul now, outside the 30. A good, strong carry. 2 tackles left here for the Knights. Crossland goes out the back for Cogger. Ponga down this left edge. They're starting to have some joy. Schiller's in open space again. He's away from Timoko. Wants the kick through. Schiller takes them on. Pops the pass back in field, and the Knights have it. 5th and last. 5 meters out from the line. Here come the Knights. Ponga goes. Oh, that's the wrong option. It's gone to McEwen, who grubber kicks through. Played at by the Raiders. 6 more. No, not played at, says the referee, and a handover. But the Knights are suddenly looking very damaging on this left edge. Ponga is running more direct, taking the line on. This game is far from over. Big defense now from the Knights, driving the Raiders backwards. 20 out from their own line. Knights are up quickly, putting pressure on. Mariotta gets the offload. Back for Starling, who goes up the middle. They've got to close off those offloads. 27 minutes left in the contest. 10 points the difference. The Raiders, they'll be starting to get a little bit nervous if this keeps up. Strange inside to Sasangi. 40 out from the line now on the fifth and last. Back it goes for Fogarty. Sends it high. It's a little too deep to be contestable. Schiller takes it. But he's wrapped up 10 metres out from his own line. A good kick chase. Best. Good, strong leg drive there from Bradman Best. 15 out in midfield. Plays it quickly. Dominic Young in looking for work. Plays at 30 out. Gagai surely caught Strange offside there. No call. Tackle 4. 40 out from their own line. The Knights up towards halfway they march. Crossland with the short ball. Almost opens them up and they've lost it. Oh, he's held on to it, McEwen. A miracle hold. As Ponga now puts this one up. Savage backs back, takes it. And they've kept the Raiders pinned down here. 15 out from their own line. The Knights, where was this attack in the first half? Should they go on and lose this game? That will be the question they need to ask is, where was this in the first half? The defense was okay. I mean, look, the Raiders obviously scored 3 tries and opened them up. But it was their attack that really just misfired in that first half. Starling goes quickly. He's got Mariotta running with him. 5th and last. Back inside Knights territory. Fogarty from 40 out in midfield. Sends it high. That's a better kick. This will be contestable. Pressure on Ponga. Oh, he's done extremely well, Kalen Ponga. Leaping in the air. Goes to ground. 15 out from their own line. The Knights. Young in midfield. The Raiders are up quickly on defense. Up very quick. Schiller heading to that left edge. They've had some success out there to start the half. No doubt they'll keep going that way. Diafidi bends the line. Tackle 4. Crossland to Hastings. Hastings beats one. Tackled on halfway. 5th and last. The Raiders are winning the territory battle. Cogger tips it in over the top. Looking for the turf. Doesn't find it. Stewart gives it in field for Weeks, and Weeks tackled 25 out from his own line. 16 points to 6, the Raiders. And, has our little clock stopped? We'll get that started again. The Raiders head up towards halfway. Timoko with a nice strong carry. Been solid tonight, Timoko. And they're here again around the 40-meter line, but through the hands. Weeks taken down. Good one-on-one tackle. Shuts that play down, and we are here again. 40 out from the line. A little grubber kick through. Nice bounce for Ponga. Ponga now heads left. He's got Schiller in support. Schiller beats the first tackle. Brings it out to the 30, and this is the best field position to start a set for the Knights off a kick in a while. Ponga taking on that left edge again. Well tackled by Morgan Smithies. And they're on halfway on play 2. Here they come again now, the Knights. Crossland goes out. Oh, no. Hastings spills it. And it's scooped up by Ethan Strange, and Strange is away. We know they've got the pace. Strange changes direction. He's got support from Jed Stewart, who picks it up on the bounce, steps back in field and scores. Against the run of play. A mistake from Hastings. Punished in the worst possible way for the Knights. From halfway, the Raiders have broken out. And it was a simple dropped ball from Hastings. The Knights were starting to look good. Hastings loses it. Strange gets away. And he has Jed Stewart on the outside, unmarked. Steps back inside Dominic Young. Well, that's a killer blow. That's the killer blow. $20 points to 6. That is most certainly the killer blow. The Knights were starting to look good. And then it was suddenly all she wrote. Oh, that's so unfortunate for the Knights. But you can't make mistakes like that. That has silenced the crowd. With 20 minutes to play, they've opened up the 16-point margin again when Fogarty puts this one over. But at least we got a tick off the multi at long last. Right down the middle from Fogarty. And that is an unfortunate way for this game to end. It looked like it was shaping up for a thrilling contest. But, yeah, you can't make mistakes like that. A simple dropped ball inside the opposition half and then not tidying it up. Unforgivable there from the Knights, who get us back underway. Still 20 minutes left to play, but they've got to work back that try. Horsburgh takes it up to the 30. Driven back in the tackle. 22 points to 6. Up to the 40. Go the Raiders. Timoko taken down. Oh, no, that's not Timoko. Sorry, that's Tarpany. Go Storm. Who is going to win Queensland versus New South Wales? Well, you would think that New South Wales win the decider quite comfortably at home. But as we know, in Origin, stranger things have happened. As Fogarty puts this kick, contestable. Play on. Knocked back from Savage. Bradman Best comes away with it. 19.5 to go. The Knights inside their own 20. Backs against the wall well and truly now. Young heads across field. Gets away from the defense, but he's running out of space. They're happy to just show him the sideline. And now they drive him across. Well, that was surely a second effort. Dom Young, though, over the sideline, and another poor call from the Knights. Matty Colkin, it's bucketing down in Austria. I'll tell you what. I mean, I know that the race is not for a couple of days. The race is not for a couple of days, but if it stays wet across the course of the weekend, Max Verstappen, $4.50 for the race win. No matter what one thinks of Max Verstappen, as Sebastian Chris pops the pass out for Jed Stewart, who's taken it to touch. And the Knights scramble. Max Verstappen, $4.50 for the race win. If it's wet weather, whether you like Max or not, he is the best wet weather driver on the grid. And if it's going to be wet conditions all weekend, $4.50 for Max to win looks a very, very tasty prospect. Down the short side. Go. Oh, Wimbledon starts on Monday. Nice. We've got to do some tennis on the channel at some point. I love my tennis. There's Frizzell. Gives this ball up in the midfield. Knights 30 out from their own line on play 4. Hastings. On to McEwen, 5th and last. Going nowhere fast here, the Knights. Hastings puts the kick down. It's going to be taken on the full by Weeks at the back, or Savage rather, who's tracked back for it. Savage heads across field, and they've wrapped him up. Raiders, though, with 17 minutes to play, leading by 16. You would think that that's a comfortable enough lead at the moment. Up to the 40 goes Timoko. And on halfway, the Raiders will play it. Hosking. Now to Horsburgh, 5th and last. Oh, no, 6 more. On the 5th and last, a set restart. A coach killer. The poor Knights. Tasangi loses it. The Knights come away with it. What a let-off. Pierce Paul comes away with it. Well, this game is disintegrated. "20 out from their own line, the Knights. Young in midfield. 15 minutes to play. They've got to start throwing caution to the wind a little bit here, the Knights. 3 converted tries they need. Here we go. Bradman Best puts the fend on Timoko. Flick pass for Schiller. Schiller against Savage. Bends away. And he falls 15 metres out from the line. Gets it back for Best. Best has got Cogger running with him. Best takes the line on. He's half a metre short on play 3. Here they come again, the Knights. Numbers out to the right. Oh, it's a poor pass. Cogger with the kick pass. And it's the Raiders have slid across. They get a set restart. The Raiders are offside again. A couple of metres out from the line. From dummy half, trying to burrow under it. Scoring is McEwen. Jermaine McEwen. The Knights with 15 minutes to go. Yet another try. 22-10, kick to come. Jermaine McEwen. Well, they are destroying the Raiders on the left. Xavier Savage and Matt Timoko. It is not a strong defensive combination. The Knights, they are just cruising down that left edge at will. Savage and Timoko. If the Raiders are going to be any serious premiership threat, they need to tighten up that right edge defense because the big teams will just annihilate them. If this is what the Knights are doing, imagine what a Panthers will do to them down that edge of the field. Mr. Mullet, ahoy there. You need Starling to score. Well, I need everybody. Try scorer there, Jermaine McEwen. Wonder if that was his first NRL try, actually, as Dane Gagai takes over the kicking duties with Kalen Ponga off the field. Gagai puts it down the middle, 22-12, 13 and a half to go. We might still have a grandstand finish in this one. 10 points the difference. What did I do? I think I went the Knights with the line. And their line was 7.5. Okay. So I need the Knights to score another try. I went the Knights plus 7.5. Raiders with the restart. Young gives it off to Frizzell. Hey, Lara. Inside their own 10. The Knights with 13 minutes remaining. They haven't had any sort of consistent attack. .30 out from their own line on play 4. Crossland goes for Pogger. Now Gagai holds the pass up for Best. One-on-one with Timoko again. Best takes it up over halfway on the 5th and last. They are loving that left edge. Caleb Ponga ruled out with a foot injury. He won't be back tonight. This kick downfield taken by Weeks. Weeks brings it back to the 20. Kyo Weeks tackled. 12.5 left to play. $10 points the difference in this one. Who's this on the field? Noah Martin. Never heard of him. Noah Martin for the Raiders. His second game. Well, that's why. That's why I don't know who he is. It's only his second game. Fogarty from inside the 40. Doesn't get a good enough purchase on this for a 40-20, but the Knights have cocked it up. Oh, the Knights have got away with murder here. Schiller spills the ball backwards and ends up coming away with it. But boy, that was nearly a disaster for the Knights. Here's Ponga. He's off the field. Here's Gagai, heading across field. Schiller and Gagai have pulled off a miracle there. That was nearly a disaster. Adam O'Brien actually would have left the stadium, I reckon, if they had have ballsed that up, the Knights. On halfway. Now Cogger down the left edge again. Best has had some success here. One-on-one with Timoko. 5th and last. 11 minutes left. 10 the difference. Cogger from 40 out. Puts it high. Contestable kick. The Knights are pouring through. Pressure on Weeks. Young has it. Leaves it behind. It's picked up by Lucas. Lucas has the ball batted out from behind and Weeks comes away with it. Gets away from one. Heads back into midfield. Slips and makes him an easy target. 10 out from their own line here, the Raiders. 10 minutes to go. The Knights starting to apply defensive pressure. Keeping the Raiders pinned down here. Sebastian Chris. Owen Paddy from dummy half beats the first tackle, brings it out to the 40. That's tackle 3. Nobody at marker here for the Knights, and they're up over halfway. Well, that was really poor from the Knights again. The Raiders marching upfield. Fogarty's going to kick again early here on tackle 4. In behind Gagai. Gagai inside his own 10 as Fogarty leads the chase. They hold him up off the ground and drive him backwards. A meter out. Gagai, who's filling in at fullback with Ponga ruled out with that foot injury. It's a makeshift backline now for the Knights. Inside the final 10 minutes now. 10 points the margin. Here's Paul with the offload. Back for Hastings. But they don't make a lot of meters from the offload like the Raiders do. Short side play. 5th and last now on their own 40. Big kick needed. Cogger has to retreat for it. Puts it high down the middle of the field. The Knights were all offside there, I think. And it's not a good kick as Stewart takes it on the 40. And the Raiders will start this set just short of halfway. Chris beats the first tackle out of dummy half and they're right back in Knights territory. Disangi. 40 out now from the Knights line on play 3. 9 minutes remaining. 10 points the difference. Fogarty on to Weeks. Weeks had to surrender there in the tackle, or obstruction would have been called. Horsburgh. 35 out in midfield. Fifth and last here for the Raiders. Fogarty. High contestable kick. Savage chasing through. The ball is bouncing and sits up for Bradman Best. Bradman Best is tackled in goal. Goal line restart incoming here for the Knights. 8 minutes left to play. 10 points the difference. Judah Shivian, you took the Raiders, and this will be the 5th time they've won for you. As the Knights don't find the 10 meters with the restart. 7 minutes 40 to go. That was probably their last throw of the dice. Probably their last throw of the dice there, the Knights. 10 out from the line. The Raiders looking to put this game to bed now. Tarpany. 5 out from the line, just to the left of posts. And the top of the table, the Raiders with buys in hand, by the way. Buys in hand. Paddy onto Tarpany. Looks to get the arms free again. Tarpany in front of the post, a metre out. Paddy burrows his way under. Oh, and Paddy's over the line, but he's held up. Oh, a try saver here from the Knights. It's gone up as no try. Oh, and Paddy, though, from dummy half, dangerous. Oh, well, this is an obstruction, surely. Oh, and Paddy's run into the back of Tarpany, who's in front of him, and this should be a penalty to Newcastle. Well, he got that a little bit wrong, Owen Paddy. Unfortunate. That was a little unfortunate. 7 minutes to play, 10 points the difference. Penalty to the Knights. A metre out from their own line, right in front. Crossland sends it into touch. 20 metres out. Can they get some consolation points here, the Knights? Safe to say that the Raiders, once again, drop off in the second half. They'll be concerned about that. And their right edge defence was flaky at best. The Knights, even with the Knights' makeshift backline when Ponga went off the field, have just been destroying the Raiders on that left edge attack. So the Raiders' right edge defence, Savage and Timoko, who are over there. So that'll be a concern. That'll be something for Ricky to work on as this ball's batted out the back. Best one-on-one with Timoko again. This time he takes him down. Tackle 4 just inside the Raiders' half. And Thomas Kent in midfield. And we've got a big issue here for Joe Tarpany. Well, this could be huge for the Raiders season. Tarpany's an absolute beast. And he is very hurt. He is still down in back play, Tarpany. Clutching his wrist. Weeks lets this ball bounce. Young pops it back for Pierce Paul. It's still 5th and last. No, it's 6 more tackles for the Knights. Tarpany, I think, has dislocated his something. Hastings heads across field. Now he straightens. 5.5 left to go. The Knights on the attack. 5 out. Crossland to Frizzell. Frizzell, dummies. Backs into the defense. A metre short. Consolation points beckoning. Crossland fires it out now for Cogger. Gagai with the short ball for Best. Best out for Schiller. Schiller gets a double. Schiller gets a double. 22-16, kick to come. And it's game on for the last 4 minutes. The Knights stole the game from the Dolphins last week. Are they about to steal another one? 22-16, the conversion to come. Schiller does well to run it around closer to the posts as well. Five minutes left to play. There'll be 4 left on the clock by the time the kick is taken. They stole the win from the Dolphins last weekend. They couldn't possibly do it back-to-back weeks, could they? Game's not over yet, says DJ Shaq. Dislocated finger for Tarpany, Matty Colkin. Okay, that's not too bad then. That's absolutely fine. 22 points to 18 as Gagai puts the conversion over. 4 minutes 24 to go. The Knights, they could not possibly pinch another one, could they? They stole victory against, it was the Dolphins, wasn't it? Raiders get us back underway. Cogger takes the kickoff. Here they come, the Knights. They'll have a couple of sets of 6, you would think. The Raiders, once again, yeah. They might be top of the table, but they have yet to put in an 80-minute performance this season. That will be concerning for Ricky Stewart. But, as we know, the first task is just to get to the playoffs. That's job number 1. And they seem pretty certain to be doing that. As Cogger now holds the pass up for Gagai. Numbers on the left again. Gagai dummies. Goes through. Gets up and goes again. Gagai, they're 40 meters out now. 5th and last. Cogger puts this one high. The Knights chase through to put pressure on Weeks. Weeks takes it a meter out from his own try line and now breaks free. Weeks still going. 20 out. Steps back in field. And Weeks will take the tackle. 25 out from their own line here, the Raiders. 3 minutes left to play. The Knights will get another set. I think I called it a shit. They'll get another set, you would think. Another chance to try and steal this one. Or, at the very least, send us to Golden Point. 40 out from their own line here. The Raiders have dropped off in the second half again. It's got to be concerning for them. Horsburgh up the middle. 5th and last. 40 out from the line. Fogarty puts this one high. It's a hell of a kick. It's a little too heavy, though. But they don't care about that right now. They just need to defend. 2.5 to go. This could be it for the Knights. They won't get another set after this. Best is driven backwards. They're going to start 10 meters out from their own line. The Knights will not get another set, you don't think, unless there's a penalty. An early shift here. Here's Paul. Taken down by Ethan Strange and Simi Sasangi. Crossland at first receiver. Onto Croker. That's tackle 4. The left is where they've had success. Cogger dummies and 5th and last. Okay, they need a turnover here. The Knights, Hastings kicks it high down the middle of the field. Young chases through. They've let it bounce, everybody, and it sits up for Jed Stewart. Play on as the Raiders bring it up to halfway. And with 1.5 minutes to go, that will probably be the game, unless the Raiders have a complete brain explosion here at some point. That should be it. The Knights might have 2 tackles at best. Papali'i. 30 out from the Knights line. The slowest play the ball ever is Horsburgh now. Inside the last minute. Fifth and last. And Frizzell goes for a one-on-one steal. Here we go. Paddy to Strange. Sebastian Chris will just surrender in the tackle. And the Knights will get maybe 2 or 3 tackles here. With 40 seconds to go, they've got to go 90 meters. Young spins away from the first tackle. On the 20. Crossland scoops it up with one hand. He's got nobody running with him. Where's the urgency from the Knights? There was nobody running with Crossland there. 20 seconds to go. 2 plays left. They go back to that left edge. Gagai bumps off Fogarty. Gets the offload. He's lost it. Oh, no, he's held on to it. This is it now. He's called it. He's called a knock-on from Gagai. I thought I saw a cheeky little knock-on there, and that'll be the game. They'll captain's challenge, but, yeah, he lost it. I thought I saw the cheeky little knock-on. Let's have a look as Gagai looks to offload the ball. Yeah, knocked on. So that'll be the game. Raiders. Dead set wooden spoon team on paper will be leading the competition after round 17. You can't believe it. Absolute morals for wooden spooners on paper. And they will be leading the competition after round 17. I mean, they've got no chance of winning the comp, but they're leading it after 17 rounds. And that is nothing to sneeze at, what Ricky Stewart's done here with this club. This will be the last play of the game. Down the short side goes Owen Paddy. Surrenders in the tackle. The Knights, that first half, will come back to haunt them dearly. 22 points to 18. The Raiders have dropped off again in the second half, which has got to be concerning. That right edge defense is very, very concerning as well. Nene, thank you very much for the 5 tiny dinies over there on TikTok. Cheers. So the Raiders go to the top of the table on for and against. 8 points, for and against, ahead of the Bulldogs in second. With a 22 points to 18. A far from convincing victory over the Knights. And that's possibly why they actually don't look too happy. These Raiders players, there's a couple of smiles there as they're saying, congratulating the opposition. But overall, some sourpuss faces. Because I think they know they dodged a bullet, a big bullet there, the Raiders. They need to work on that right edge defense. And they need to stop fading out of games. For them. So that'll be something for Ricky Stewart to work on. But yeah, Bentley on TikTok says Knights should have won that. Knights just, they didn't show up for 33 minutes, 33 minutes. The Knights just didn't show up 33 minutes of the opening half. Simple as that. They just didn't play that first half. They started well. They had a really poor first half overall. But the second half, I think the Knights, especially with their makeshift backline, when Ponga left the field, they looked a lot more threatening in that second half. And, the Raiders' right edge defense is why I say they have no chance of winning the premiership. Despite the fact they're top of the table at the moment, they've had a very soft draw. They've had the second softest draw of the competition so far, except for the Broncos, who have had the most soft draw. And that right edge defense, they will get massacred on that right edge come finals time if they don't tidy that up. So, it is what it is. DJ Shack says it's a real shame that Tamale's been ruled out long term. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't want to see anybody ruled out long term. Basically, I mean, this is their job. For these guys, this is their job, right? So, yeah, you absolutely don't want to see anybody ruled out long term. This is their work. This is their source of income, their living. And, Kalen Ponga's already suited up. Kalen Ponga got ruled out there early in the second half, and he's already suited up on the sideline. So he popped in, had himself a shower, and, chucked his suit on. So 22 points to 18. So the Knights finished within 4. I had the Knights plus 7.5. So my wager is still on. That's the important thing for me. My wager is still on. The Knights got that try at the end, which kept them in touching distance. I had Knights plus 7.5. So that's good. My multi is still on there. So what else do I need? I need Warriors with plus 5.5. I need the Dragons to beat the Eels. I need the Rabbitohs with plus 4.5. And I need the Storm outright and the Cowboys outright. Heart Ticker says, does Brimson or Walsh take Ponga's spot for Queensland if Ponga is unavailable? I think we all know the answer to that one, Heart Ticker. Billy Slater loves him some Reese Weesey. You know it's going to be Reece Walsh. As long as Billy Slater is the Queensland coach, Reece Walsh will be the Queensland fullback. The only reason he wasn't picked for game 1 is because he had that injury and was out long term. And then game 2, he didn't have the match fitness. So, you know that it's going to be Reese Weesey. We all know it's going to be Reese Weesey. Next, New South Wales 5/8. Peace. They've got plenty of young players lurking around at the moment, the Blues. Well, Katoa will be the next halfback. Katoa will be, Nathan Cleary is going to own that jersey for as long as Nathan Cleary is playing in the NRL. Nathan Cleary is the starting halfback for New South Wales, as long as he plays. So if Nathan Cleary decides to step away, then, it'll be, I think, long-term, Isaiah Katoa. DJ Shack says, Broncos versus Warriors. You got to back the New Zealanders, right, Dan? I'm going to tip the Broncos for the upset because I need to make up some points now in the tipping. because I put all my eggs in the Knights basket tonight and they let me down. So I've got to go for the Broncos for the upset to try and earn some points back on the leaders. %. All right, Wasted World of Sports. Thank you so much, crew, for joining me here for this doubleheader. I mean, they weren't the greatest games on paper, these two tonight. It was a really weak-looking Friday night lineup, but we struggled through it. We got there in the end. I'll be back tomorrow. So we've got the Broncos taking on the Warriors tomorrow. 3 p.m. my time. And Dragons versus Eels, I probably have time to do that before the British and Irish Lions take on the Western Force. So a triple header coming up tomorrow by the looks of it. 2 NRL games and then the Rugby Union British and Irish Lions. It's going to be fun. Thank you so much for joining me for this one. Yeah, very much appreciate it. And we'll catch you tomorrow. Until then, cheers.